welcome to Team Mila 2025. We're here in this beautiful arena here in Finspång in very central Sweden, and counting down to the start of the youth relay. They've all been warming up for the last half an hour or so right in front of our commentary box, and this is for teams of between 4 and 6 athletes under the 16 age class and under, and they all look very excited to get going. As you can see, there's lots and lots of teams already made it here, camping out on this hillside to get the best view of the start of this youth relay, which of course gets the whole Team Mila event started. It's you know, the cheers we'll hear from that hill as all of the youth run out. More and more people are lining the run out and lining the hill, trying to get the best view possible and really cheer out all of these teams. And of course, as you can see them here, lining up, getting ready to go. You've got these tapes on the floor where they'll pick up their maps. And then it is quite a long run out on this athletics track. Then they'll go past our commentary box, past the hillside, and out into the terrain. So there are 4 legs then on this youth relay. For myself and for Jonas sitting here in the commentary box, this is always like a fun start to the whole weekend. It's always a bit of an unknown because obviously, you know, juniors, these youth can progress so quickly, and it's going to be, they don't have GPS, so we can't really say too much about the maps or anything else like that, but we will have some, of course, TV controls out in the forest. We'll be sitting at those, waiting to see our first youth coming through, our first athletes coming through, and try and celebrate their success. And of course, in this youth relay, we'll see teams going up and down throughout the rankings. We'll try and tell the story of the race as best we can, but there's obviously a lot of excitement here as all of these athletes are just getting lined up. Still got 5 minutes, more than 5 minutes to go until our actual start. But they're just getting into position. Of course, all of the other legs warming up as well. So we start leg 1. It's between 3.8 to 3.9 kilometers, 105 meters of climb. It is a forked leg, so there will be gaffles, and we expect it to take them around about 23 minutes. On 2 of the legs, you are allowed to pairs, aren't you? So legs 2 and 3, you're allowed pairs. And leg 3 is unforked, and it is slightly easier difficulty. And then on leg 4 must be a girl, and you must have at least 2 of the legs run by all girls, basically.
Very, very well summarized. Let's see if we can maybe repeat it later on the relay. But as you said, it's a fun start for us. It's the start of a very long day for us as well. It's almost, I think it's about 20 hours of orienteering. It must be one of the longest broadcasts of sport events ever that exists.
Yeah. Yes. Well, in one go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't say Tour de France is it's quite long.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Of course. But
of this one race, it's a proper mammoth undertaking for us and for you as well at home. If you're planning to you know, sit on your sofa and watch the whole thing, then absolute credit to you as well. I hope you got all your snacks sorted out and that they're all looking good. I mean, these aren't really teams and you know, clubs where you see particular teams doing well over several years, but last year, who were our winners? Oh, well, maybe talk about that in a moment.
Maybe we can talk about the winners, I think. So last year, we had Stora Tuna. No, Turen is not. I'm already already wrong out there.
Yeah, they won 10. They only had a 10-second lead.
Yeah, we can actually have the. We had Torun Sunnistad, they won the competition. Then we had Jeffrey Göteborg on second position and Oko Kori. And yeah, you were talking about it. It's hard to follow the teams throughout the years. I mean, it's very much depending on if you have a good age group in your club. We have quite many. Often we have a bit smaller clubs as well that actually still have their runners in their club before they probably go to other and change clubs to elite clubs. And but we have one team that has been quite good throughout the last at least 3 years when we were following them, and it's IFK Göteborg. They came second last year, so they're 10 seconds behind, and third last year, just to name it, UK Kåre. These are again the dates, the facts for this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's 3 legs that have forking. There's one that doesn't. That's the third leg. It's a little bit easier as well. You can see it's a little bit shorter. That's 2.8 kilometers and 20 minutes as well. The last leg has to be run by a girl, and one of the other legs must be all girls as well. Second and third leg, you can have pairs. You don't have to have pairs. Those pairs don't have to stick together. They can go separately. So for the second and the third leg, you can have those pairs. And if you're running that pair as like a girls pair, then you have to have both of them.
Maybe we can name as well. On the second leg, they will be forked, but I think they have the same forking. So they could potentially go together.
Yeah, absolutely. They could go together, they could split up. It's almost like, if you have maybe one stronger and one weaker runner, it's just like the first who comes back. Or if you have people who could maybe have potential of a really good run, or they mess it up, you can kind of have a risk actually on that leg. You could play someone who maybe is really fast, but like can make a big mistake.
You could play tactically as well and say that they have to go wrong at one place and try to get other teams with you. I don't know if they're cool enough for that.
I'm not
in
sure.
The youth
I think that's a bit too risky to do that. You just need to keep it simple and focus on getting around your course, getting around the orienteering.
But it's very easy to say after the race that this was your tactic. You missed something.
Absolutely. Well, there's nearly 300 teams lining up here, which is absolutely incredible. And obviously, these are the youth of the future. Will be running Team Mila, running the the women's relay
tyngd
as
av
well.
allvar är svår att förstå sig på.
Fantastic.
Kan spänningen i skogen ge mening, fart och mål. En gemensam utmaning skänker glädje och hopp. Tillsammans når vi nya höjder när prestationerna är på topp.
This is the message of the relay.
And for those of us who don't speak Swedish?
I actually didn't put so much effort into listening what she said, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a very poetic text.
About?
Yeah, but I would need to read the whole of it and then I could summarize it. Let's take it, and we will for sure hear it before the other relays as well.
We
so then
absolutely
we come
will.
back to that.
We've got just a few seconds to go. There they go, lining up on the start line of this youth relay here at Team Mila 2025, and they're off. Picking up their maps, they're going to try and get their elbows out, jostle for position. Oh, there's a fall there in the middle. I hope they're okay. Lots of people helping each other up there. And running now out of the arena around this track. Lots and lots of people starting to cheer now here as these athletes just try and get all the way out here.
Fall.
Yeah.
Leading her.
Very, very tricky,
No.
but now the leaders in front of our commentary box picking up a lot of speed to head out into the terrain. See this first leg, there's quite a longer run out compared to the others. Some of the athletes have opened their maps, some of them are leaving it till a little bit later.
Some of them are overpacing.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, these juniors are a bit, they're old enough to race this sensibly, but it's just reminded me of relays in the UK where you have like 10, 12-year-olds who run out to the start triangle and then just stop. But these guys they're far too good to do this. It gets very, very narrow at this point actually here, just before the start kite, which you can see in the picture. They're still on the way towards that start kite. And you can see these athletes here taking the 2 different routes. So you can see they split up here and we have this running camera then. We can follow some of these leaders past the playground. And now you can see getting their head into the maps here. Again, another splits across here. This is a forked leg, so This could be route choice, this could be the forking, splitting them up, it could be mistakes.
Yeah, a few of them are doing a mistake there by going to the left first and then going to the right. They won't miss. I mean, they will lose about 10 seconds. But if you are prepared at the starting point, and then a few of them should go to the right directly and not left and right.
Yeah, and there's quite a few like well-maintained tracks here, and mountain bike tracks and running tracks and ski tracks. So enough of a path network, as everyone will have seen from their geeking, from looking at old maps beforehand on this first section. You can see some of these athletes now grouping back up as they head into the forest. A beautiful drone shot over the forest today. It is really nice in there. You can see spring has kind of just about started here in Sweden. Some of the trees with leaves on. Now you can see some of the athletes dropping off into the left, into the forest, and we can move back and following these athletes.
Tisaran, see Tullinge, Tur, Larvik. I think I had IKHP a bit further ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very quick. Of course, we've only got a winning time of this leg expected to 23 minutes, so it's a very short little loop in the forest for these athletes. And we have our first TV control. It looks like that will be at a 1.2 kilometer mark.
That's right.
So we'll be able to see those athletes through very, very shortly. See, coming up to 4 minutes of running now, and we will catch the leaders hopefully at that point. You can see looking up into the forest, the athletes spreading out as they leave the track.
And you mentioned that before, that those athletes, of course, now we see them in the youth class, but in a few years we're going to see them in the first teams of the elite clubs. One very good example is, I noticed, I follow Andrine Benjaminsen on Instagram, and she put up a picture from a few years ago when she was actually running in the lead in the youth class. It was quite good to see that they still remember and they look back to this youth relay, and it actually meant something to them to compete on a high level already there.
Yeah, I mean, what will they learn from this experience, or, you know?
I mean, it's the first time they are in the spotlight. I mean, it is the focus of the relay right now. It's the start of this weekend. Many of the elite runners running a bit later have the chance to get a glimpse from the terrain already, as you see here. So I think there are quite many, maybe not following the whole relay, but at least take a glimpse of the terrain. Of course, you only have the surroundings just around the arena and stuff like that. But they are in the focus for this 1.5 hours, and they have a camera behind them. As here, it's quite nervous. Many people cheering in the arena, many people watching. More pressure than other relays, I guess, because, yeah, I mean, even at championships, in national championships, you always have these other relays going on the side. Here, all focus on them. It's a new situation. It's good to learn for them. Like, it's very important to get the experience early out.
And running with this many teams.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, when you're out there, you don't. Yeah, of course, it's the start that's very, very special. But later on, you're like 10, 15 teams around you, and then it's maybe a bit the same as the beginning of another relay. I think it's mostly the spotlight and the pressure you have from the runners behind you in the same team in such a big relay, and being able to open this long and very legendary weekend of TM Milan.
Yeah, and you may have come down on the coach with, sharing the coach with your teammates who will be hoping to win TM Milan relay or the women's relay later on today. You know, they might have big aspirations. Oh, look, have we got our first runner here? I think we have. Running alone nearly next to through here, and this looks like it will be our first TV control. Here we go. You can see they've been running for 6 minutes already. So, okay, Trian is the first one in there. And now we'll start to have a big stream there. So see, we just see them just before they punch. And then our graphics system will have to try and keep up. You see the Stora Tuna team there, Tampin Grinto in the red. Oh. This is where orienteering gets violent at that point.
So you
This
can
is
see
why we have
there's
lots of units as well here in the forest.
as many teams. I mean, this is just one big group still.
There's one runner from, I think that's from the Netherlands, who's just stopped there, hasn't punched that control and has gone back. Oh, there's a girl on the first leg there
Is
for
it the
Halden.
first girl?
Yeah, I think that's
Good
the first
job.
girl we've
Only
seen.
about
For Halden.
half a minute behind,
Yeah.
a bit more. I think we are at 50 seconds. The graphics are a bit behind here.
Yeah, I can't cope with this many runners coming through all together. There's definitely a few runners now stopping and just checking that is the one they are looking for.
We had about 80 teams there already. 1.5 minutes soon, since we had the leaders from Drian. Maybe. Name the runner as well, Tom Utela. He was first there, just in front of Gaute Fuglset Olsen and Puri Heinilä for Asker and Rasti Karut.
Still a big, big train of athletes you can see in the background coming towards this control. As you can see from the start, mostly boys on this one, but not completely.
Right now we had 135 teams to this control. Halden there, Håkan Bryggen, 135th, 2 and 21 behind the leaders. And now it's the first smaller gap here. Not that many teams anymore. I mean, yeah, you still see quite many teams,
Yeah.
but it was a bit of a gap.
Yeah, we were definitely not losing sight of anybody here. 150 teams plus through now at this point. And now we can go back as well with the running camera into the forest to follow some of the athletes through. Again, yeah, as you mentioned, Jonas, it's a really good opportunity for people running later to get a little glimpse of the conditions in the forest. They can see the type of vegetation, the runnability, the visibility as well. And now you see the athletes, that could well be the different forkings, the gapples, pushing them in different directions as they run perpendicular to each other. Previous control, still lots of people coming through. How many teams do we have at this point now?
We have
200 nearly?
yeah,
over 200
208.
teams.
Yeah.
And also what these youth teams will learn is how to, if they have made a mistake, like how to recover from that in a relay environment as well, and use the other teams, but not push it too hard, such that you then, you know, are making more and more mistakes.
I can tell you the next TV control we're gonna have after 2.5 kilometers, so it should be another 6-7 minutes, or maybe a bit more, 8-9. Took them 6 minutes for 1.2 kilometers, but then we of course had to run out as well.
Yeah, which was very fast. Still some more teams coming through. Our graphics here are still trying to catch up with the volume of runners that have come through here.
Yeah, we had very soon we have had 250 of the 300 teams to that first TV control, so we could almost see everyone.
And hopefully there's lots of you know, families and friends watching, trying to catch their runners, trying to see their young athletes on the TV screens. But we are our TV camera trying to catch up with these athletes here.
And I think we're among the leaders. I don't know if we're in the leading group there, but the speed looks good, so it could be one of the leading teams. Not sure if that could be Rasti Karhut.
So it's like one of those controls, you get to the top of the hill and it's just over the other side where you can't quite see. So the pace drops a little bit and they try and pick up all the shapes and run with confidence. And it's like we're kind of moving up through the pack here, I think.
But already here, I mean, you can see now when we follow those runners, it's not very easy orienteering. It's, of course, visibility is quite good, but you can see the hills. When you look at the maps, you see the hills, the contours. It's quite fluent out in the terrain. It's not that obvious and distinct with the contours. So it's, in some parts, can be quite tricky.
Yeah, and there's some parts with these smaller, younger trees in some of the like wetter areas, as you might imagine. It just drops the visibility just for a small moment, and then it opens back up again, as you can see.
One thing we can say is that it hasn't been raining so much the last days in Sweden, so it's quite dry in the forest. Even the marshes, quite okay runnability.
Yep, so those were the top 10 teams as they came through that first TV points with Katrien in the lead.
Yeah, good mix of mostly Scandinavian clubs. There's some Danish and Czech teams as well among the top 20. Traditionally, quite many Czech teams in this youth.
Yeah.
If I remember back to the last years, they
Yeah, the
usually are
Prague
quite
team
high
were
up.
really high up in
Yeah.
a couple of years ago, I think.
I think they have some kind of talent groups or something traveling here to, yeah, exactly, to win experience in this.
Yeah,
kind
one
thing.
of them on the previous screen was like Czech West, so maybe like a West talent group coming
Yeah,
here
we have
to
them
get that
17.
experience. And of
Anthony
course,
Czerny.
if you're a young Czech athlete who wants to do well in this sport, in a senior career, you need to get all of that Scandinavian experience.
And actually, those
There
were
we
not
go.
the leaders we had in the picture,
Ah.
because we had UK Vilse at the conto. Troy Gunnarsson ahead of Daniel Stenholm from Turun Suunnistajat and Jonathan Pettersson Nyköping. And right here we had Helsingin Suunnistajat, Erik Martin Cernant,
Yeah, this is
Uven.
Uven,
Mikkel Bergman,
Stora Tuna, and Tampere Printer.
Hugo Claesson, Arni Veljaho, Täby, Paimian Rasti, Laten Suunnistajat, UK Hellen. Then we have a challenge for you there, Catherine. TSN
No.
Jestetske Oblasti first team.
Yeah, rather you than me. to
Sounds Czech
pronounce
to
that
me,
one.
I don't know.
It does look Czech to it looks Czech to me as well.
A big group here. Ett Asker, Tria, Nydalen, Horsens, Järv, Freidig, Roxen, IFK Göteborg, Karloveradetsko, Västervik, Chalve Orienteringsklubb. Then we have many teams coming here.
Yeah.
But we had the team from the winners from last year, Turun Suunnistajat, already now in second position. IFK Göteborg, second team from last year, 1:15 behind, the 18. I think we had Kåre in the top 3 last year. Let me see. I don't think they have been at this control yet.
No, you can't see them on the list.
No. About 66 teams has passed this second TV control after 2.5 kilometers in a time of 16:39 right now. This was Jönköping, last runner of this, let's call it the first group, Hannes Sunderfjord.
And so for the juniors racing here, is most of their training in a club setting? Is there like any regional squads, or is it mostly kind of club nights and club training that they're doing?
I mean, it depends on where you come from, but the Scandinavian club traditionally, they have the club trainings. They have so big, or well, the bigger clubs at least, they have so big clubs that if you put together like different clubs and have them together, you would be too many. So usually they are training. I mean, down in the continent you often have talent groups, but it's more because of the fact that you don't have so big clubs, so it's not worth to organize trainings for 3 or 4 youth runners. Then of course it makes sense to put them together in talent groups. But the Scandinavian clubs, they often have quite big kind of youth sections in their clubs as well. Even the smaller clubs, maybe not that known as elite teams, they can have very big youth sections within the teams, because then of course you have probably more families joining the clubs, and then you have those youth groups. But even here it changes. There is a big, huge. From year to year, it can be very, very different on how many youth runners you have. If you have a good group and they start to get friends as well, and then it's quite motivating to go out in the competitions together. It's good fun. It's not only the orienteering. Then you can keep quite many within a group. But of course, if you don't get to this certain number where it starts to be very funny to be in a big group and stuff, then it can be difficult to get new runners in and get them.
Yeah, I mean,
keep on doing orienteering.
Yeah, it's the social side of things. It's so important, and certainly in the UK, that's being more and more appreciated. How much effort you have to put into the social side, and the talent squads are selecting more and more people, because having that, like you kind of saying, that critical number that people can be friends with each other. There's a lot of like whole weekend sets of training rather than like just a day's training, in order to like socialize a lot more. It's so important.
But Catherine, now we had the pre-warning already. We had 2 teams there, UK Vilse, Torun Sunistajat, and just now Nyköping as well, all within 25 seconds still, a lead of 19 seconds for UK Vilse. Now we also got Helsingin Sunistajat, Stora Tuna, Täby, Tamperan Pyrintö, UK Trian, IK Uven, and Asker. Those are 10 teams that have been at the pre-warning within 42 seconds, and I think we have one of the first teams at least. Looks like the shirt of UK Vilse.
Yeah, cutting through the forest here. This is the end of this first leg. There's the last control. It's this shed that's painted like a control. You might have seen on social media, there was a crane lifting it in a few days ago.
And here he is. Troy Gunnarsson for UK Vilse. He's gonna win this first leg. Very prestigious, of course.
And he has absolutely put his foot down on the last bit, because at the pre-warning he had a 19-second lead.
And I mean, he had a 10 seconds lead at the control before, so he must have been running very, very good technically as well, so the others not too close the gap. And he already knows what he has to do when he gets into the run-in.
He absolutely does. Showboating a bit. Fantastic work there. We've got the fire coming up. He's just going to check his number to make sure he gets the right map.
Makes the coach happy, of course.
It does make the coach happy.
This is
instruction they'll be given. And after 21 minutes and 16 seconds, we have the first changeover then on this youth relay. Okay, Vilse, Nyköping's there as well. This is Torun Sunistajat in the stripy top. and then a couple of teams close together. They've got to pick up their map, hand it over to the next runner, and then they will head out as well.
Just give you the names of the runners. Troy Gunnarsson for Vilse, Jonathan Pettersson for Nyköping, Daniel Stenholm, Turun Suunnistajat, Erik Martin Sernant, Helsingin Suunnistajat. Now we got more teams here. You can see them here, 9 teams within 37 seconds. Then a small gap to the next team, UK Hellen.
Of course, and now the nervousness picks up for those who are waiting now, waiting to go out. As they crowd along these barriers, they'll be looking out for their runner. It's so hard.
Runners.
For their runners. Yeah,
possibly.
there could be 2 going out. But they obviously will be waiting for their incoming runner.
They will give the maps to one person, and then they will share it with the other ones.
But it's so so unpredictable when your runner's going to come in, or as someone knocks down the finish control.
And there was actually a gap between 9, 10, and 11. 9th position, 37 seconds behind.
Ooh,
then 53 for
go.
10th, and 1:11 for the 11th position there. Horsens.
Just trying to keep that finish unit up stable as we've got 26 teams now through the finish. A few groups there, they'll be looking out for their number, picking up the top map and then changing over. So 60 teams now through this point, a steady stream here with about 2.5 minutes since our first changeover. And you can see lots of the athletes there still warming up, getting ready to go out. So there's the girl from Halden who we've seen a few times. I'm not sure if she's still the quickest girl, but she may well be within the 3 minutes of the exchange here. And behind the little house in the background, you can see more of the runners heading out of the arena straight into the forest there as the clouds begin to gather a little bit more over this arena, looking a little bit darker, potential of some rain a little bit later on. But one leg successfully completed. A lot of coaches there breathing a sigh of relief. 1 out of 4 is done.
Yeah, maybe. We don't know if all the teams have been back for all the clubs.
No.
Maybe not that.
Well, for coming up to 100 teams, they will be breathing a sigh of relief then, certainly. Yes, they might have mispunched, that's true. Check your codes, people, check your codes. I'm sure it will be said a lot on the team buses coming down here. Although actually people say check their codes and lots of people miss one out in a relay. They just skip over them.
Is that the thing?
Yeah, yes. I've seen loads of people miss out a control. They're so obsessed with checking their codes that they don't get them in the right order. There's so many stresses that are going on in the relay that often you just do not think straight, and then you can make crazy decisions. A little bit more of a gap now. You see these youth have really given it everything. And now they just need to get, I think, out of the way. But this is our first control then. So we've had about 5 minutes, I think, since the exchange. So we will be looking for our new runners coming in very, very soon. A little bit of a shorter distance, actually, to this one on this leg 2. So a reminder, this leg 2 is a little bit shorter than leg one, but I think only because we don't have quite a long a run out. Again, 105 meters of climb, 3.6 to 3.7 kilometers, 22 minutes. It is forked. There are gaffles, and pairs are allowed on this one. Not every team will have a pair. They don't have to run together. If they pick up the map, they will get the same forkings. And they can either choose to run together or run individually. And whoever is the first one back. Is that a runner?
Right. There is someone standing there.
Yeah. With the map? Yeah. Have we had...
So it could be someone
first
from the
leg
first
runner.
leg. The start number is not very low.
But we will wait at this control. For our leaders. So, okay, Vilsa was our leading team. Here's somebody else in the background, but not... Oh, have they turned their way here? There is... I could see movement, Jonas, but they've gone now. They've disappeared. It has been about 6 minutes since our exchange, so should be seeing them very soon. Here they go. There's a group of 3 here.
So I think we might be ready for an interview with Troy Gunnarsson. I don't know if you hear us.
So 5 athletes then through, 6 athletes, and next to here, Ifko Göteborg and Nydalens both here. That's his 6th and 7th. So there were 3 together in the lead there. Then we had a couple by themselves and another gap back to 6th and 7th. Helen there, as you can see, another small gap. And then a couple more of these athletes together here as well. A couple of Tampere Printer teams, they may well be on that same team. Didn't catch their number. I think they probably are. There was a couple of Czech, you see there's a Prague and the Czech West team there as well. So quite a few Czech juniors here in this top 20. And you can see these orange numbers then for this second leg. And we will be able to see that there are a couple of teams with pairs. I think maybe some of these top teams, they will run more individually. But it's a good way to, you know, if you have someone kind of less experienced in their orienteering, it's like a good way to have a run in this environment, but maybe take the pressure off a bit as well, actually. Which, and kind of keeping orienteering fun for this age class, and especially the younger ones here running this relay, is very, very important. So we can catch up as well with the runners through the forest as well, but Jonas?
We can tell you as well that Nydalen is going really well right now. Karl Oraug Rygg, 52 seconds quicker than the leaders to this first TV control. Then we had the other teams as well. Horsens with a good start. EFK Göteborg, good start up into 6th position. So a few of them.
Yeah, quite a few climbers going up. 11 positions from the Gothenburg club. Nydalen's up 16 positions. Yeah, one of the Prague teams up 18 positions.
Actually, I don't know if you could hear the comment of the camera operator who's running through this cabin area.
What
he was not happy about it.
Is it suitable for broadcast?
Well, it's not 100%. It was not. nicely translated, it wasn't a really nice cutting area here.
No, you can see the felled trees on the ground, but to keep running with the running camera and like picking up your feet and seeing where you're going, it's not the easiest thing. Well, now we have loads and loads of teams through together, lots of runners trying to get their elbows out and making the change in direction here. A whole group together and then a little bit of a gap then here. This is what we're starting to see then on this second leg, is more of these groups with gaps here. This athlete from Halden, a little bit kind of leading this next group in towards the control. So all of these athletes about 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes down then on our leaders. So pretty good after the first couple of legs. And here at the arena, lots more exchanges taking place. Still lots of juniors coming in to the finish and handing over from first to second leg.
There we are again with some kind of a leading group up in the left corner. It's the next TV control we're going to have after 2.2 kilometers. And then I have been at the first TV control about 5 minutes ago. So it could be there in about 2 or 3 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, we just follow them leaving the track, going up the hill. Small train here. You can see just having to climb between some of those trees and the rocks. But absolutely beautiful out in the forest today. Jonas and I had a little run earlier in the sunshine, and
it's
just really nice to be in the forest.
Where you really can see those yellow spots on the map. You can see them in the terrain as well because they are really sunlighted.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful out in the forest today. Although I'm not sure the athletes will really be appreciating it
they
that
are
much.
enjoying it right now. But I think, I mean, if you're in a situation like
look
this,
at that.
up in the left corner, that's just, I mean, it's beautiful to run in.
Well, they shouldn't really be having any time to think, oh, how beautiful the terrain is. They'll just be thinking, go, go, go. What am I doing next? Am I on my compass bearing? But it's great that we can follow them so much through the terrain. And of course, we don't have, GPS tracking for these athletes. That's quite a considered choice, right? So we don't want to put that pressure on the athletes.
I think it's already a bit of a discussion if there should be running cams out there. It's okay because they follow mostly the top teams and they stay behind. But of course, it's a different thing if you have a GPS device. Then not everyone has a GPS device. How would you choose who would get one? Who do you put this extra pressure on? And I think it's okay. It's a good choice.
Yeah, especially when you don't know which team's going to be in the lead, to make that decision about who has the GPS or not. And some athletes at this stage will have opportunity like wearing a tracker, but probably not many.
No, I mean, you could decide to only give GPS devices on the last leg, and then you would know approximately which teams that you should give them to, but still, yeah, I think it's okay like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also means we can't single out any horrendous mistakes and like humiliate them on the live stream as well. This is a second split. Oh, here's our first runner, I think.
I don't think it was the first runner
from a previous leg.
Yeah.
We're looking for the orange numbers is what we're looking for. And maybe if we follow this group, we'll see the terrain kind of change a little bit. We can see that control is in amongst all the bilberries, that denser kind of undergrowth on the floor. But we can follow them through the trees on the tops of the hills where it opens out just that little bit. You get those rocks on the top of the hills. This is very typical.
I think the group we were with there was about position 20. But this should be Ukovils, is it? Asker, it is. Yeah. Sigve Nygård Fagervold. So the first one to this, he was 1 second behind at the first TV control. Now he's in the lead.
Yeah, it's gone up 6 places here. So great middle part of this leg at 2.2 kilometers. The whole leg 3.6.
Seems to be Nydalen.
Yeah,
yes.
it absolutely is. 19 seconds
Oraug
behind.
Rygg.
Oh my goodness, he's gone up 21 places.
It's 1 minute and 16 quicker. This is Nyköping, Tage Lindsten. Was 1.5 minutes slower compared to Nydalen to this point. Still waiting for Uko Vilse.
That's Silkeborg
Orsen
club there.
Silkeborg. This is TSM Praha, second team.
Again, the Prague team's doing well. They were doing well last year. This
Seems
is
to be
Tampere
Tampere.
I think they had 2 runners on their this leg.
Then there's another
Czech
team, Czech
team.
Westo team. So no, that's the first. That was the first team now.
Ah,
But they had
the second
2
team
Czech
and the first
Westo
team.
teams, second and first team there. Then we had Uppsal, Karlovy Radecko. Then Lunds, Täby, Stora Tuna.
And I think we had quite a few pairs going through in that
Yeah,
mix as well.
exactly,
There's a second runner.
That's why we
from
don't
Company
get
Winter.
everyone into the
Exactly,
graphics.
Yeah.
This was TSM Jestecki Oblasti,
Yeah, in the youth
which we think is a Czech team as well. We can't guarantee that.
we don't quite have a universal knowledge of all orienteering clubs in the whole of the world. That would be pretty amazing.
Quickest one so far is still Nydalen, Karl Oraug Rygg.
Yeah, that was an incredible middle section here, moving up 21 places. There's a couple of other climbers as well. Opsal
Lunds.
going up 18, 21
Lunds
places
went up
from
21.
Lunds. Isak Gustafsson there.
We had the Czech West U-team, first team, Jakub Ritter, climbed 20 positions as well. So now we had 23 teams to that TV control, and I guess they will soon be at the pre-warning.
Yeah, and what are we, 3 minutes later than our first punch, with a little bit of a gap, and then we can see more athletes kind of closing in on this control.
I think that was the group we were, no, the group we've seen in the picture before. It might have been this one. When we had the running cam, I'm quite sure that we were following a team from Lahtensunistäjät, so that's why I think it was.
Yeah, I think we could see this top here, and Trien was in that group as well.
Actually, the second team is in front of the first team because we didn't have the first team to that TV control from Lahtensunistäjät. Might come here. Yes, indeed.
Still 2 teams in the top 30. With 300 teams overall. Yeah, there's a few teams with not coming up here on the system because they are the pairs.
Should be around 5-6 minutes from this control to the pre-warning. Actually, one of the nicest controls on the course we can follow here. This is
One of
Axel
the nicest
Persson
controls.
for Göteborg
What makes
Marina.
it a nice control?
If you look at the map, it looks really nice around there. I mean, it's a marsh, it's flat, you have an open hill just behind, if you would look to the right here. I think that's a nice control. That would be my favorite control of the course.
Can't give too much away.
And it's an easy one because you have the camera standing there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and the camera's nice and close as well. Sometimes if you have a camera like far away, then
Actually, I don't think I give too much away if I say it would be my favorite control course. But let's switch to the pre-warning because we had 3 teams
We have.
punching there. Asker Skiklubb was there first, and I think that's Sigve Nygård Fagervold. We see in the picture here, he punched there 15 seconds ahead of Nydalen and 30 seconds ahead of Nyköping.
Yeah, so this is the top 3 with the same top 3 as we had at the previous control points, that TV control. Here's Nydalen's there, running through.
Karl Orag, he was the guy who had such a good race to the second TV control. Still his...
But here's the leader then in the white and the blue trousers, just overtaking a few runners from the previous leg on this last section. Again, he's had a little look behind and he's in clear air here. This is a great run here from Sigve. Going to come here to the map exchange. So half of this relay done from this Asker team. We have fire here in the arena. And he punches the finish there. And we'll go and do the map exchange. We're looking out then for the second place team. This should be Nydalen's. We saw him in the picture. Here he is. Karl Orag coming through here. And the gap will be about 15 seconds, I think, then, between first and second.
Actually, we didn't get the punch from Asker into the result here for the finish. So we don't see him in the graphics, but he was definitely there. Changing over here.
But you can see that Nydalen's team up. It was actually 21 places.
And the gap at the pre-warning was about 15 seconds. So I think that we have Asker 15 seconds ahead. We can also say that Nydalen, as we mentioned before, he was by far the quickest on this second leg so far.
Yeah, and these guys just giving it their absolute everything here. This looks like one of the Czech teams, I think, here. Maybe the Prague team just about to punch here at the finish. It is the Prague team.
Yeah, the good run as well was only 36 seconds slower compared to Nydalen.
Silkeborg team just punching there.
Actually, it was the second team for Prague.
So there's 2 Czech teams in this top 5 that have come through here.
We have Jonas Etrich for Prague second team, and then we had František Minarik.
I think we've got a couple of the Czech West teams as well coming through here. There we go, 8 teams through at this point. Looking out for those orange numbers. Here's Tamperin Printer. Next to make it in the top 10, just about, a minute and a half down. And then our third leg is the unforked leg. It is slightly shorter, 2.8 kilometers, a little bit less climb, 20 minutes expected winning time. But I think our athletes have gone a little bit quicker than our expected times, actually, on these, on all of these legs. And, well, it's very unpredictable, really, what these youth teams are going to do. And so that shorter one there. Lots more athletes in front of us warming up here, and I think this is most of the teams will have started with 2 boys and then end with 2 girls teams, and it has to be a girl on the 4th and final leg.
Something strange with the graphics now and the times. The teams punching right now, they're about 3 minutes behind.
Yeah, you can see Asker now back in the graphics there.
Yeah, I think that's why we have such troubles with the times right now.
Yeah,
they try manually to put them back. But now it's 3 minutes 28 seconds behind Järla Orientering, Sven Börjesson.
excuse me. Again, some big climbers there. The Czech West O team up 20 places. Lund's okay. Isak Gustafsson up 20 places. Yeah, some big climbers. Uppsala orienteering. Daniel Mahoney up 19 places. So great job for those athletes here on this second leg. They've had about 4 minutes then of running for the third leg athletes. And of course, so some of these, you know, juniors, they'll know each other so well. They're handing over to their really good friends out on this team, helps build that team spirit. You know, they'll try and give them some encouragement as they do the handover, as they do the exchange. And yeah, really cool to see.
And I think very soon we're going to have the first teams to the first TV control, because it's only 1 kilometer to this first TV control on the third unforked leg. And the runners, they have been out now for about 5 minutes now.
Yeah, it looks like we have some open classes.
But we had exactly 5 minutes behind 27th position Göteborg-Majerna, Axel Persson. And now we are within top 30 there, 5 minutes 11 behind Laten Suunnistajat second team.
So the gap's growing and growing here as we are halfway through this youth relay. It's Vincenta there just punching at that finish point. And a bit of a bigger group here.
And actually, and did you name that 21st position, the first team of Prague climbed 55 positions.
Well, I did
but we
not
have to
say that.
we have to say he still was 1:45 slower compared to Karl Oraug Rygg, who had a fantastic time out in the forest for Nydalen.
Yeah, we've just been passing people. How that must have felt absolutely great, running through the terrain there. And do you want to be out in a group, or do you want to be running by yourself, do you think, if you're going out on this third leg?
I think it depends on who you are. I don't think that, for example, Nydalens would have needed someone else there, Karl Oraug Rygg, but if you're, of course, another team, it gives you some confidence. It's not a bad thing to have others around. And I think this might not be the first teams here. It's so hard to say.
It's really, really hard to say.
But we don't have these orange numbers.
No, these are still orange
those
numbers,
runners.
yeah.
But I think they should come soon, because now they have been out 7 minutes. 7 minutes for 1K should be doable.
This is the colours of the leaders, Aska.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. There's a different colour there. Here she comes.
And the gap was 17 seconds compared to Nydalen. And here we have a great start for Amalie Birkelund.
Yeah, great job continuing in that leading position. A really, really tough thing to do. So she goes back out the same way here, out onto the track, as you can see there. This one is slightly easier compared to all of the other legs. And it is not gaffled at all. It is unforked.
So it's quite a big gap now.
Yeah, this is a very big gap. What was the gap? It was 17 seconds, I think. But we've grown.
It's 40 seconds right now.
Great start then from Amalie. This is a second place team. This is Stora Tuna. So they've caught up quite a lot of places then, actually, from 17th, because they were in 17th at the changeover.
They were 3 minutes behind. They can't be, right? It's not
Stora Tuna.
That's
it's not Stora Tuna. It's a yellow one. It's a Prague team.
Yeah,
She's still caught up 2 places.
But she has a club jersey on, so I think it's not even Prague jersey, because I think there was Karlovice on the shirt.
Anyway, that's Veronika Kalarova.
And she was actually 12 seconds quicker.
Yeah, than Amalie
From
Birkelund.
4th to 2nd on those first 3 controls. We're waiting for the next team.
Yeah,
We're
here's
waiting
the
for
next team.
Nydalen.
Yeah, here
but
she is. The next,
Yeah,
the
that's
next runner.
Exactly.
It's not Nydalen though. There's Tampering Printer also coming. This is a smiley face on the top. That doesn't really tell me anything. There's a Czech flag under there, so that must be one of the Czech teams as well.
Yeah, but it's
It could be a pair. It could be a pair.
Printer.
That could be
third.
that could be the Prague second team as well. Their second runner, because you're allowed pairs on there.
But we had Sanna Turpeinen into third, and she is almost equally quick in the beginning here.
Yeah, here's another runner. This is the fourth place team for Horsens, the joint team with Silkeborg. This is an athlete clearly running from Horsens. Again, so we're
Czech
only looking for
team.
the yellow numbers here.
Yeah, Czech team we had here, West O team.
So all of the orange numbers are from leg 2, but the yellow numbers are from leg 3.
Karlovy Radecko. Then Jestečki Oblasti, so the Czech teams here, Lucy Ruzhova for Karlovy Radecko, and Anna Saburilova for Jestečki Oblasti. Then we have Täby, Moa Persson, IFK Göteborg, Moa Kjellberger. Czech Westo team, second
Now,
team
there's a
Opsa,
big
Stora
group here.
Tuna,
Yeah, there we
Nydalens.
go.
Here we have Nydalens now. Down 11
Lost
positions.
2.5 minutes.
Almost 3 minutes.
There's a big group just there, but actually quite a few runners still from
Nyköping.
second leg. All
Sigrid
working together.
Karlborg.
Now we have again another gap back. You can really see some of these athletes working together to kind of figure it out. Some really young runners you could see on that second leg who were in the picture.
Here you can see two runners clearly working together. TSM Praha. And this was the quickest time now so far for Ela Lostakova. Then we had Lunds, Ida Borggren into 16th.
So about 4 minutes since we had our first runner through this point.
It's only 800 meters to the next TV control. Here we have it in the picture. So we are waiting for Asker, Amelie Birkelund, and the second team of Praha, Veronika Kolarova, and Tamperen Pyrinto, Sanna Turpeinen.
So
They were quite equally fast in this first bit, all within 20 seconds, or 10 seconds even.
So waiting at this next control, they should be coming up that track there on the edge of the semi-open. And then there's only a few more controls to go at that point.
Here she
we
comes.
go.
It looks like Asker still in the lead. She was 56 seconds ahead.
She's going to have a very lonely run out there in the forest. But she'll be
Very
so
good
happy
job.
if she doesn't see anybody else out there.
It was a great job here
fantastic.
by Amelie Birkelund.
Just looking nice and focused there.
And gets all the attention now
Yeah.
in the forest.
It's good to see I was just thinking it's good to see the stripy socks are still in fashion. They were in fashion when I was a junior. Oh, I was going to say, although we shouldn't really equate orienteering kit and fashion in the same sentence.
But
really,
actually,
should we?
it's right in time. At the moment, I think this kind of style is in fashion again. This not being in fashion is in fashion again. But here we have the second team. It's second team of Bra, and she was quick here. Veronika
quick.
Kolarova. Actually, it's only 33 seconds now, the gap between Asker And the second team from Prague.
Yeah, so she's caught up a little bit there on the last few controls, just those few controls from controls 3 to 6
Waiting
here.
for Tampere Pyrintö.
Here
Here we have her, Sana Turbeiden.
Again, looking very, very focused, looking very smooth.
The quickest to that point. 17 seconds faster.
Punches the control, knows clearly where she's going next, just has a little look at the map. Now we have a few more runners coming. Remember, we're looking for those
Horsens and Silkeborg.
yellow numbers, although I think this is not a control we've seen before.
Guess this is Horsens. It was the team you couldn't.
Horsens had a dark top on, they had like a blue top.
They had something
This
written. No,
is
that's the Czech one, yeah.
Czech one, yeah.
Here we
Both
have
of
the
these runners
Horsens.
were. Horsens was like a blue top, I think.
Mm-hmm. So this is also Czech one, right? The
So,
second
yep.
runner.
Yeah, no, this is Horsens, I think.
Yeah.
And
Looks like Tabby.
Debbie.
And Karlova Redecko, IFK Göteborg. Moa Kjellberger. Good run so far. Climbed up 7 positions into 9th position at the moment. Snydalen.
And this leg only 2.8 kilometers. So expecting winning times around 20 minutes on this one. So really, really quick.
Here we have Stura Tuna
Tuna.
into 11th. Very soon we will have the pre-warning already. It's a stressful leg, this one.
Yeah, it's all coming thick and fast.
Actually, they've been at the
pre-warning.
pre-warning. Asker has been there, and Prague within 12 seconds.
Yeah, so
very soon they will
Prague's
be at
still
the
catching up
changeover.
a little bit more time then here.
So see them very soon to the changeover.
Again, all of these athletes looking really, really good through this point.
Still only had 2 teams to the pre-warning. Now we had the 3rd team, Tampere Pyrintö. They're all within 44 seconds now. Asker, Prague, 2nd team, and Tampere Pyrintö. And I think we're switching here to the last control.
Looking for the yellow numbers.
Yeah, and the white jersey from Asker Ski Club.
Yeah, and she went out in the lead. Always a very tricky position to be in, and will she have been able to hold it? The runner from Prague was kind of closing in on her, but if she manages to hold her off, it will be a fantastic job. Then here, this is the last control, this little shed. Here's one of the teams.
Yeah, that's Prague, 2nd
Yes,
team.
and there we go, Asker there into the 2nd place just there. So just been passed then, but still in the, they've still got a really, really good time, both of these 2 runners. So in the yellow top there, it is the junior from the Prague team. It's their 2nd team as well. So great run from Veronica here. Coming here into the lead after the 3rd leg of 4 on this youth relay here in Finspång for Tiomila 2025. What a great job from her.
At the pre-warning, we also had Tampere Pyrintö, the Czech West O team, 1st team, Gästricka Oblaste, IFK Göteborg, Horsens and Silkeborg, Karlovy Radecko, Tabby, Prague, 1st team, and Nydalens.
Just punch there, that is Amelie Birkelund just into 2nd place then. Very, very strong run as well from her. Just the 1 place dropped, and she's about to change over. And it is a little bit confusing here at the arena exchange.
Coaches didn't really do their job
yeah,
there,
I was going to say
preparing the
that
runners.
is the job of the coaches.
Or they didn't listen, we don't know.
when I do commentary on like arena announcements in the UK, always make sure we do a demonstration of the changeover, and I like to get local juniors to go and help me, and we try and show everybody, and that's not just the juniors, that's the adults as well, how it all works, because it's always confusing.
Might need that in Great Britain. We don't know.
Well, I think I need it here. Absolutely need it here in Sweden. All right,
So now
we
we are waiting
have-
for the Czech Westo team,
Yeah.
the first one here to come.
Yeah, it's another Veronika Yechmanova. Oh, she didn't punch there though.
Oh, but we had her there now
I
in
think
the
there's two runners
graphics
from
into
the same
fourth
team
position.
there.
Yes.
Here's the next one,
Ivko
Ivko
Göteborg.
Göteborg. 7:02 shows that they were second last year. And within, anything could happen here on this last leg,
Yeah,
certainly within touching distance.
Yes,
Of
that's
the podium.
Geoblaster into fifth, then Ivko Göteborg into sixth, and Karlovy Radecko into seventh. All just under 2 minutes behind the leaders from Prague second team. Now we have the Prague first team, and then Horsens Silkeborg, Täby into 10th.
Here's Nydalens coming in towards the finish. And our big climbers here on this one. Tampere Pinto up 8 places. IFK Gothenburg up 10 places. We saw Prague, their first team, up 13 places. So those are the big movers here on this third leg of the 4. So where are we at? We've had a couple of minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes now since the exchange of the first teams. So we're going to start thinking about when we might see our next leaders through the next TV point. As that was Uppsala Orienteering going through there.
It's only 900 meters to the first TV control of the last leg.
Again, so many Czech juniors in these top teams. There's another athlete there in the Czech flag. They will have been known they were second in the pair. Just got to continue
You're
rounds.
quite convinced you're not the first one
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah.
stop after the finish line. But here we are waiting now for the leaders, and we had 3.5 minutes since the changeover. I think we're gonna wait for another minute or two, because on the first leg they had about 6.5 minutes to this control, but they
Yeah.
started a little further away.
They did start a little bit further away, but this one is a longer course compared to all of them. So this one, 4.3 to 4.4 kilometers, 110 meters of climb. Expected
110 minutes to climb, that's a big climb.
I know, 33 minutes. This is another gaffled course. It's a forked course, and this one must be run by a girl. Is the rules here. So we will see all girls on this fourth and final leg. So we can see still some second leg runners there in orange numbers, some third leg runners there. They're in the yellow numbers, as you can see, lots of them approaching, running up this track. And I think we will see the fourth leg runners coming more directly at us here, kind of through the forest, cutting through the forest.
It's going to be a tricky one, because I'm not 100% sure if all the runners from the Prague team are wearing the same jersey. Could be some
not.
kind of connection from different clubs.
Yeah.
So we can't just say that we're waiting for an orange jersey on this one.
That would be too easy. But the numbers.
Exactly.
I'm keen on I'm looking for the numbers, not the color of the jerseys. It's just, it helps us when we get excited and we see a runner coming and they're in a yellow number, then they're not the ones we're looking for.
We can also filter away all the boys coming here, because it has to be a girl.
Yeah, and they should be coming off this hillside somewhere.
Yeah, definitely.
Should be coming directly at us. rather than up the track. As you can see, all these third leg runners.
Yeah, the camera operator, he knows what he's doing.
Yep. And I like to, just building the tension here. When will they get here? When will they punch the
good old days
control?
when you were waiting on just someone to punch the control. He didn't have the GPS. He had no idea when they would come.
Well, we don't have GPS here either.
No, exactly. But we would need a radio control somewhere with someone whispering into the microphone.
It's number 724. I don't know which number it is.
It would be quite a challenge here as well, because it's not that easy to get all the jerseys, especially if you have many of the Czech teams.
Yeah.
Which
Well, that's what
you
you just do it by
usually don't
numbers.
see in the elite relays. But I think I see a runner there.
Now I see somebody coming through.
Falling a bit far down. It's not
Yeah.
the best route. But is it one runner? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
705,
705. So that's one of the
definitely.
Czech
Dark.
runners, yep. So they were the leading team
They still are.
through, and they still are. This is really where you want to put your best athletes here on this
Barbara
longer
Stepova.
course. You want it to be nice and stable as well.
Let's keep in mind it's a second team. But he's so solid throughout the whole competition so far. Don't know, I mean, we don't know if they had equal teams here and just had to name it first and second team.
So
An option
Asker
as
were
well.
the next ones to hand over with the white and blue kit.
But they should come from the
They
hill as
should
well.
come from the hill,
and they shouldn't be
exactly.
dropping as much as we have seen Barbara Stepova doing. So they could be coming a bit more straight to this control in order to avoid a bit of the climbing.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're looking out for that white and blue kit to see if Asker have managed to maintain that second place. The gap was 17 seconds and then 43 seconds back to Tampere Printer. So we could also be looking out
It's
for the
more now.
white and red, but it is more now. So they're all losing time then here. But great, great start then to this fourth and final leg from Barbara Stepova.
Still don't see anyone coming down that hill.
I'm really trying to like almost
Running
peer
down that
around the
hill.
trees and I really can't see anyone. We're looking for a black number.
So now we have one
There
here.
we go. There's Asker. Yep, here she is. In that second place still, but lost a lot of time. So the gap was 17 seconds. But still really good to maintain that second place with
Maria
all the pressure then here.
Martinianova.
So that was the second team through.
1.5 minute gap. Here we have Jeppe Göteborg.
So
Elsie
they've
Hördegård.
climbed from 6th up to 3rd then.
Quite equal running time, 10 seconds quicker.
7:04 as well coming here.
And this
That's
is
Prague.
the first team from Prague, and she was quick. A
Quickest
bit
so far.
Yeah, but only 4 seconds faster than IFK Göteborg.
Here's Tampere Printer. And
Yeah.
again, I wasn't expecting these athletes to come quite from this direction, but I guess it doesn't really hurt. So
Here we had 2 Czech teams, Karlover Radecko and Diasteczke Oblasti. And the Czech West O team, the first one, to 8th. It was 2 minutes and 18 seconds ago that we had the punch from the second team from Prague as the leading team.
Korsning kom fast i skogen.
Down to the junction, then take direction and into the forest. Now we get to know how they work their way towards the control.
yeah, exactly. That's a good plan there, a list of instructions. And now they will do exactly that. You can see them hitting out to the track over there.
Still 9 teams, New Netherlands into 9th position, 2 minutes and 50 behind.
Caught up a couple of places and now a little bit of a gap here.
It's about almost 2 kilometers to the next TV control, so it, so it should be around I would say 12 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yep.
Still 9 teams. So quite big gaps now.
Now there's definitely a big gap.
But no,
Suddenly
of
we'll
course
start
we
seeing
don't
them
have
all
2
together.
runners anymore.
That is
Parallel
true.
running.
Yes, so suddenly you lose a lot
Here's
of people out of the
next team,
equation.
Tabby. Emilia Dargin. 4 minutes exactly behind the leaders.
See, she's got lots of... Oh, she's
See,
got to
she
get her
didn't have that
direction right.
tactics in her head.
No,
down to
not,
the junction
not
and
quite.
then direction
I was
into
going
the
to say
forest.
she had a lot of map contact, but you've got to know your
Now we have
exit.
Uppsal, orientering, Czech West O team, second team. And now also Horsens and Silkeborg into 13th.
Yeah, there's another
Or
runner from
25
Horsens
behind.
there. We could so 2 runners from Horsens on the
Stura
third and
Tuna
fourth
coming
leg.
here. Ida Maria Ekström, 4:32 behind.
Lots of runners here from the third leg.
No, that's not where the code is. It's on
It's
the
on the
device.
units, yeah.
On the units.
You can see some of these runners again together. It's really interesting. Like some
Here's
of them,
the
you can
next
see
one.
like the
Just
team there in
before Maina.
orange who are like not at all working together, and then there's the team in blue and white there who absolutely are working together. It's so good.
Yeah, the Göteborg Maja 9-15. Jonna Jordal Götfors.
Like the fact that you can either help each other or not help each other, or run a pair or not run a pair. Like it just helps get more juniors like more used to doing this relay.
It depends on a little bit on what you're looking for.
Yeah.
If you're looking for safety, then you send out 2 runners who work together. If you just try to minimize the risk and really go attacking style with 2 runners, then of course they won't be working together.
But just having those runners running together will sometimes mean more families are likely to say yes to doing
Yeah,
this,
and of
you
course
know?
the top teams they might not send them together, but
No.
a bit further down the result list, as we can see here. I mean, they're about 25 minutes behind, probably 1 leg. Well, yeah, why not working together
Yeah.
when it's allowed to do so?
Yeah, it's just about having that, getting the
Yeah, now we have
participation up, really.
Quite many teams here.
Yeah.
Freidik, Porsgrunn, Latensuni-Stajat, Sundsvall, Trian, Sundbyberg, Fredrikstad and Nyköping. 6 minutes and 30 minutes have passed since the punch from Prague. Second team, Barbara Stepova. Still one of the quickest times for Stepova to that first TV control. She was 13 seconds slower compared to her, let's call her teammate from the first team.
Yeah,
Carolina
absolutely.
Mullis.
And that's 23 teams then through at this point so far. After
But
probably
we
near
can
7
say
minutes.
as well that the EFK Göteborg and the first team from Prague, they were the quickest ones to this first TV control. They're almost together, so that could be quite a good train. Might be even that the first team of Prague will lead back EFK Göteborg into the fight against their second team. Let's see.
You never know.
There you have a good example for 2 girls working together for Fredrikstad. I think now we had 6 minutes, yeah, a bit more. What did I say, 12 minutes maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, maybe a bit less. We'll see. It's hard to guess
It's
how
hard
quick
to
they are.
predict, and we don't have any GPS, and
And it's not the
anything could
easiest
happen.
controls.
No, it's not the easiest controls either.
We had Åmåls OK and Carlo Vera Dechko, second team to this first TV control as we have here. Turun Sunstajat
Yep.
into 26 now. 8 minutes and 13 seconds have passed.
And actually, those runners were really quite quick there, especially
Carlo
like,
Vera Dechko.
yeah, climbing up 12 places there. Pretty impressive for this like stage of the competition. Other than that, there's people kind of climbing 4 or 5 places, but nothing more than that.
Here we had
Helsingin Sunnistad team as well.
Roxen Skogshjortarna and Helsingin Sunnistad. This is Orion, isn't it?
Yeah, looks like it.
Olivia Myrén på
Sundsvall.
Allehov.
No, not Sundsvall, very similar
Helen
colours.
and OK Vilse were in the lead after the first leg. Now in 34th.
And this is a bit of a, bigger, much bigger group now here.
Tisaran. Now this is a big group coming here. Uven, Rianen, Järla, Lokomotiva Pardubice, Kåre, Mjösö, Leksands orienteringsklubb. Into 45th position, 9 minutes and 31 seconds have passed, and now I think very soon we'll be able to switch to the next TV control.
Yeah, just a reminder, so the yellow numbers are teams who are on the 3rd leg, black numbers are the teams on the 4th and final leg, and there's a couple of oranges still in there. They are 2nd leg runners. So
we had Väsby, Nydalen's 2nd team, Västervik's Nättringe in the green and the yellow, and Kongsberg waving into the camera, but this was a 3rd leg runner.
yeah,
So almost 50 teams within quite exactly 10 minutes. 50th team, Zlatan Sunnistad's 2nd team. KK Kolmården. We had Pan Århus, Kåre's 2nd team, Skogshjortarna's 2nd team, IFK Lidingö. Jönköping.
but here to be on the 4th leg or the 3rd leg, still have so many people in the terrain. It's really exciting, actually. You can like, kind of hear everybody around you and see all these runners, and you really try to not be distracted by, especially when you're alongside runners from other legs as well.
Now we have 11 minutes and 17 seconds since the punch from the leaders. Let's see if my guess was right. 12 and a half minutes. Getting closer to that at least. No punch so far at the next TV control.
Yes, this is control 3 for much of these athletes. We reckon the next one will be around 8. 8th control, I think, that we'll get them next time.
12 minutes passed. Yeah, the next control is at control 8. Next TV control. So a few controls to take in between. Here we have it. No, it's actually not control 8.
It's just like
it's
control
a different
7.
Or 9.
Oh, yeah, it could be.
Looks like 7.
Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, no, but they won't be approaching from this way.
No, because, yeah, hard to say. Or maybe 10 even.
We know
it's
nothing.
so hard to say. Looking at the times, I would more go for 10 because it would be quite slow to go to 7 in 12, 13
And actually,
minutes.
if they're coming from that side, then that makes more sense. All we have, full disclosure here, is we have a map and we have the pictures in the forest.
Sometimes you have these puzzles in magazines where you have a picture and you have to say where you are on the map.
It's slightly easier here with a picture,
yeah, of course, and we have the controls,
like a moving picture as well.
It would be easier if you move the camera a little bit to the left, then it would be easier for us to tell, because then we might see some other features. It's a bit marshy down there, isn't it? Could mean this one.
Well, I think once we see the direction that they approach, then we'll be able to tell.
I think it has to be 10.
I think it has to be 10 as well. But we're looking for a black number, and we're looking to see whether it will be any of the Czech teams from Prague. It could be Tampere Perinter, it could be Asker, it could be IFK Göteborg. We'll see who comes through at this control. And they could well do exactly like that, like this runner here, and just completely drop off this crag at the control. That is quite helpful in showing us. Here we go.
IFK Göteborg.
Yeah.
In the lead now, Elsie Ödegård climbing from, was it 3?
It
3
was.
to 1.
Yeah.
And we didn't see any other team so far.
And yes,
yeah, it is definitely
10.
10. You can see the power line out there.
This is a great run then from Elsie. And she has caught up 5 places overall then on her leg. But up,
And let's see how big the gap is
from
now.
last
We
time.
had Prague's second team in the lead, and we are waiting for Asker as well. Here we had the Prague second team. This is Barbara Stepova. And the gap is 44 seconds. Heading out a bit differently.
Yeah, she wants to check her compass, I think.
She's going out to the path,
I think that's
which
a
is
bit-
quite extreme.
Yeah, I think
But we
that's-
don't have the forkings on this one either,
That's
so
true. But you can see
We're
there,
just speculating.
we are just speculating. The gap, though, was 44 seconds between first and second. Looking out for third place.
this is another Czech team,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it is another Czech team.
It's Jestečke Oblasti, Matilda Tomashkova. 1:13 behind, but actually coming from 7th position at the last TV control, climbing quite many positions here.
So we've not seen Prague first team, we've not seen Asker, we've not seen Tampere Perinter, all of those teams looking out for. Here's one of them. This is Prague first team,
Yeah,
Karolina Mullis.
to 4th position, 1:49 behind IFK Göteborg. Still waiting for Asker. And then Tampere Perinter.
Here we go. Here's one of the other teams. This is the Czech Westo team, one.
2.5
Great face
minutes
paint
behind. Now we
going
got the graphics back. Good to see here. We have Asker,
Yep.
240 behind. And within 240, we could also see teams like Nydalen. Check what is best we have there.
Tampere Perinter, here she is here.
Yeah. Kralove Radečko. Haven't seen yet, right? Yeah,
Nope.
they should come.
Now we have to start looking at teams like Uppsal, Täby, Horsens.
Check Westo teams, second team.
Storatuna. But quite big gaps now here.
Yeah, very big gaps.
Yeah, I remember we had
But
the top,
actually
didn't we have the top
not-
9 and then a big
but
gap.
Not
Yeah.
very easy part they have been in. Between control, let's say 6 and 10, this one here.
No, and these last few controls as well are quite tricky,
Well, if
where the
it's quite
landform's a
tricky.
little bit smaller.
Quite flat area.
Yeah, I think that always makes it a bit tricky. You have to be really good on your
We have
compass
Nydalen.
bearings.
And what we can say is that Elsie Ödegård is going really, really well here. She's quickest here with more than a minute ahead of Matilda Tomashkova for Jestečke Oblasti.
Yeah, you're looking at the times on the leg here, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's, very, very quick. To be well over a minute quicker than anybody else on that leg is absolutely
And I mean,
incredible.
that looks very good for Jefka Göteborg. Now, she was the quickest so far. She has a good speed, obviously, better than the others, and she is in the lead with the gap.
Yeah, she's dropped the other runners. 44 seconds is hard
Not
to
that
see.
much orienteering left. I
No.
mean, the next control after this one, quite close to the power line. We can give that away. Then the next one is a tricky one, but then you get back into this area where you have many paths. So it's, and then second last and last control there. Well, there's no bigger challenge anymore.
So this is 9th.
It's a very good jersey for commentators, Horsens.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
very easy to
It
recognize.
is. That blue is quite distinctive.
Forsgrön.
Yeah,
into
Forsgren
10th.
less so. But actually, she's moved up
She's doing a
11
great-
places, and
great
actually,
job.
she's the second quickest on this leg so far. Ingrid Aarhuskin.
Yeah, 1 minute and 12 seconds slower compared to Elsie Hördegård. We have Sundby Berg. Sofia Delotto.
And
She's
she's had a
quite
good
quick
time
as
as
well,
well.
yeah,
She's
1:13
catching
slower.
14 places. This is great. Great work here. I think we must have seen some mistakes in this kind of section here where it gets a little bit trickier, where there's a fewer tracks. Things are a little bit flatter as well. This control here is quite tricky as well. I mean, there's lots of good course
And
setting
it's
going on here.
behind the crack.
Exactly.
This is a big group here.
Yeah.
Åmål, Göteborg-Majorna. Lattens Unistaja, Czech Westo team, the second team. Åmåls UK, Eira Olsson, now the second best on the leg. Climbed 15 positions. Here we have a drone picture. This is the power line. I think
Yeah, we're looking out for the last few controls.
down to the left there, you see the second last control.
Yep, by the trees, there's
Yeah.
a bit of rock there, very much in the left-hand side
Just
of the
under the
screen.
power line, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the runners most probably come straight out the forest down to this second last control. It's an option that they will come drop out a little bit closer to us in the picture, but
Or a little bit further away in that little nook there.
yeah.
But you can see then the second to last control, the last control is where all those blue kind of banners are. It's that massive control. We're just looking out then. We're looking then for the Gothenburg colours of white and blue, as
would-
we might be looking out for them quite a lot today.
It's quite good to look into this.
Here
Here
she
she
is.
is already
Hey, there she is, and
Yeah,
punching
great
this
run.
control.
by Elsie Hördegård. She had a good speed in the forest, was clearly the quickest to the second TV control, and now she's the first one at the pre-warning.
Yeah, so she's running along here, Elsie Hördegård from IFK Göteborg, the Gothenburg team, and there's runners on the left, you can see them. People are beginning to stand up here in the arena to cheer her in. And there we go, there is the full team waiting for her. Then here, there is a massive, massive gap, and you can see it's a team of 6. And they'll all join in together to run into the finish, saluting their teammates, cheering on their teammate, and they'll all run in together. I love
We
to see
have
this
to
on
give them
junior
credit
relays.
because we were talking about that teams shift very much in how good the performance is. Youth relay, but IFK Göteborg actually has been up there now for, I think it's the 3rd year in a row.
Yeah.
Among the best teams, so very good.
Yes, they were second last year by just the 10 seconds, and now they can take the garland and run in all the way here to the finish. They can jog in here. It is easy for this team. They've done a
A
fantastic
good start for IFK Göteborg. It looks good for the rest of the competition, maybe for the rest of the
Well,
weekend.
I was going to say, I think we might be talking a lot about this club and the colours of white and blue.
But we have to say that we had at the pre-warning also the second team from Prague, 1:13 behind.
Here she is.
Exactly there, Barbara Stepova. Then we also had the Jastrzębie Oblasti, about half a minute, a bit more behind Prague, and then this first team 2 minutes or 1 minute behind the second team of Prague. Tampere Pirinto has been there. And here we have to fight for the third position between two Czech teams.
Yes, I think so.
Estečko Blasti and Prague first team.
This will be that's the fight for third. This is the team in second. Then here we can follow on the drone. This is Barbara Stepova. And she's got to really work hard now as well. Just make sure she's not being caught by those other two who are racing it out behind her. She looks absolutely clear, very solid for second place. Her team is also here to cheer on, but this is third and fourth and just about to punch that last control. And it's going to be hard for us to figure out who's 704. So that's Prague 1
so we had Prague
in the lead into that third place. So we have Prague 2 just about to come here into second place, and then Prague 1 will take that third place. It looks like she's just managed to outrun the other team there. Fantastic work then from the Czech juniors. Amazing
We have
work.
to say the Czech teams are going to end up in second, third, fourth, and maybe sixth position.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. That is the third place team just punching there. Here is the fourth place team, Matilda Tomaszkova. Estečko Oblasti team there. You can see her on the ground just into fourth position, but she's pulled up a place on her leg. Fantastic work. And at the moment, Elsie Herdegård has run this course a minute and 25 quicker than anybody else. I think that may well stand for quite some time now. Who are we looking for next then, Jonas?
Looking for Tampere Pirinto, Czech West O team, Asker, Nydalen, Porsgrunn. I think we have to wait a little bit for Nydalen and Porsgrunn, but Czech West O team won Tampere Pirinto, and Asker we are waiting for quite soon.
Yes, Tampere Pirinto were about a minute behind the teams from Prague. That's first team from Prague, so should see Selma Turpinen very soon, but this is not them. I think this is today's
the West O team and Asker.
So this is for sixth, I think.
And there we have Tampere
Pirinto. So this is for fifth place then.
She must have done a mistake. She was more than 20 seconds ahead at the pre-warning. Selma Turpinen.
So 801 Czech West O team looking for fifth place here.
Teresa Stelikova.
Very, very strong running here, and this is behind her, the team from Asker, who of course were leading partway through this relay. Fantastic job to still end up in the top six. So fifth place team punches there, and sixth place team Asker into the finish just there, Varia Martamanova. And this is Tampere Pirinto into seventh place then. She dropped just a few places on that last section from fifth down to seventh from the pre-warning to the finish. And very, very good work then from those teams. 7 teams in. And looks like we'll have a little bit of a gap now. Should be another minute maybe before we see Nydalen, who could be coming into 8th place. They do have a little bit of a gap ahead of Porsgrunn. There's Nydalen, and there is Porsgrunn, I think, as well. The two together, they've gone for this control from very different.
Ida Berge Jelstad and Ingrid Aarhus Kinn.
And they are really, really stepping on the gas here.
I think it's advantage Porsgrunn, isn't it?
It is advantage Porsgrunn. She just had a good direction into that control, good flow through there, taking a very direct line.
She had a good time out in the forest, only 1.5 minutes slower compared to Elsie Herdegård, compared to Ida Berge Jelstad. Lost about 4 minutes.
Yeah, and the damage I think is done there now with that acceleration out of the previous control. Going to be 8th place then for Porsgrunn. And 9th place for Nydalen. And I think we've got a few more teams finishing there in the background.
Sofia Delorto. But here, let's take Porsgrunn to the finish.
Yeah, really attacking here, and she's had a fantastic time on this course. really, really strong running. Will be one of the fastest on this leg. Punching the finish 1:41 slower on the leg compared to the leader. There's Netherlands as well, and nearly have been caught up then by Sundbyberg and by Amol.
So the next teams we are waiting for, Lahtensuni Stajat, Karlovy Radecko second team, Göteborg Majorna. Here I think we have Czech team, Karlovy Radecko, just ahead of Lahtensuni Stajat, the first team.
Oh, look at that. Look at determination on their faces. That's fantastic racing.
That's a fighting face.
It's fun. It's absolutely brilliant to see them just push that all the way to the line. That's another Czech team then in the top 12. So how many teams have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think, teams from Czechia in the top 12. 4 teams in the top 5. The Czech runners are here, and they're absolutely
some kind
destroying
of
the competition.
drama going on there, but here's a fight between
here is a fight.
Göteborg Majorna and the Karlovy Radecko first team.
Oh!
But it's a finish line that counts.
It is a finish line that counts.
On our screen we have Karlovy Radecko ahead of Göteborg Majorna, Trian, Czech West O team, second team, and Sundsvalls. But of course we don't have the finish line.
This was the finish line judge here in the orange. You can see he is writing down the numbers of who crossed that line first, because that is the mark of the where you finish, not the actual control itself. As you get a lot on the relays, it's who crosses the line first. So he's had to make that decision. Standing on the line directly. I mean, you can kind of tell when there's something exciting happening at the finish, like crowd noise lifts and they cheer on their runners. It gets that bit exciting as well.
Waiting for Fredrikstad. And this looks like Turun Stajat, first team.
Where are we now? Just where these teams will make it into the top 20. Again, a really great achievement from all of these runners. Again, this could be another decision on the line here. Looks like Turun Stajat just taking it there, overtaking, timing it to perfection on this last few meters of the run-in. And they punched it in that correct order. So that's 20 teams then through here at the finish within those 8 minutes. There's a few more teams coming in here. Täby. Emilia Dagen. Uppsala you saw just in front. A few more teams running in now as well. Oh, this could be Helsingin Stajat. And now, look at this, a big group. This is the first proper big group, isn't it, here?
It is.
Just making sure they all punch this in the right order. Big, big group then finishing that relay.
Judge leaving the place here. There are 3 of them going to the wrong.
Yeah, well, the units are quite close to each other, really.
I don't think it really matters where you punch.
No, I
it's
don't think
probably
so.
more for the statistics that you get it into the systems directly as last leg runners if you punch the one to the right.
So great work from all of these girls finishing this fourth and final leg. It did have to be a girl on this leg. On the longest one, over 4 kilometers of running here. And
closing the top 40 there.
yeah.
Esbon Sunta, 10:56 behind the winners from Gothenburg.
And I guess if you're running later relays today, you might have been watching this. What would you think these runners have been looking for, other than to support their teams or to look out for family or friends or anything? Would they have been looking to see what the terrain's like?
Yeah, maybe a few minutes, but I mean, you couldn't see that much. You could see that the TV controls, and you can get a glimpse of how it looks just around those controls. Most interesting part, maybe for the runners later, were the sections where we had the running cams. But I mean, what to get with you, many of the teams have runners within the teams that have been competing here either 15 years ago at Tiomila or then a few years ago at O-ringen. So they have been preparing around many of the teams in similar terrain. There were relays, Stigtomta, not that far away, which usually has it's not totally different in the style. Many of the runners, especially teams from Sweden, they know how it looks like here. It's not the most extreme terrain, Swedish terrain either. It's something it's a very stereotype Swedish forest. So I don't think it was so difficult, or that you could take a lot out of this youth relay that you will take into your own race later on. But of course it's almost better to get into the arena, to be here around, than to watch the broadcast, because you feel the excitement. You can see where the controls are out in the terrain, like where's the last control. Now we have a second last control in the youth control. Might be something similar later on, where they're coming from, how does it look like, different, all those aspects. Where is our tent, our club tent, and stuff like that, so that you know everything.
Where are the toilets? Where are the showers?
But I mean, now we have
of the
4:15. Most of the men starters will be here already, I guess.
Yeah.
So they're definitely here. If you're in the arena, you go to the big screen, you look a bit, and you get a glimpse. So in that matter, yes, but it's not decisive to have seen this broadcast so far for the competitions to come.
Absolutely not. But it's great just to put a spotlight on the efforts of these youth runners, just to see what they're, to kind of show off what they're able to do. All right, then we will leave you with this picture of the finish to see more and more teams in. We've now had 60 teams in. Jonas and I are going to recoup, grab something to eat probably, and set out our preparation for the men's relay, which will start, as you mentioned, in about an hour and a quarter's time. So we'll be back ready to start our broadcast in just over an hour. Get the snacks ready. It's going to be a long, long one, but we are looking forward to it. It's really exciting out in the terrain. So we will leave you with a shot, and we'll see you in about an hour.
See you then.
at 16:45 at the stage. 16:45 and quarter to 5. Kersti, kör! Härligt!
Heja, det är bra Elsa, det är bra Agnes, hela vägen, kom igen nu!
Men ja, hon borde närma sig andra planen, va? Så det är det. Tycker man det är tufft, eller? Vad sa du? Men Stor Edvin, han springer utvecklarna, eller? Sista året var det. Men du, hur kändes ditt lopp då? Det var tokigt där med röd utgång, men det har ju löst sig i alla fall. Hur kändes själva loppet? Bra, det var tungt. Nej, men grymt jobbat. Nu, ska vi vända?
Den kontrollen här är kabeln. Det fanns i PM:et fast det är kontroll på mulla. Jag hade någon annan kontroll också på den här. Jag vet inte om man kommer här.
Heja Lisa! Heja Lisa! Heja Lisa! Heja Hjälp!
Hanna, vart skulle vi? Ja,
Då hälsar vi publiken välkomna till prisutdelningen för ungdomarna. Och vi börjar med lag nummer 10, Sundbyberg. Välkomna upp på scenen. Tar vi en liten fotostopp här för 10:orna. Tackar Sundbyberg och välkomnar Nydalen, årets 9. Som prisutdelare har vi Anders Salén, ordförande i Svenska orienteringsförbundet. Vi gratulerar Nydalen och välkomnar Porsgrunn upp på scenen. Alla medlemmarna i laget får individuella kablar och så en minnesplatta till klubben. Då är det det dags för Tamperen Pyrente lag 1 som blev 7:a. Vi gratulerar Tamperen och hälsar Asker SK välkomna upp. Och på 5:e plats i tävlingen, we welcome Czech West O Team number 1. And now time for next team from Czechia, TSM Jestredsky Oblasti number 1. Welcome. And now time for the podium, and as place 3 we have TSM Prawa 1. Och våra tredjepristagare får hederspris från kommunen som utdelas av kommunfullmäktiges ordförande och sponsorpriser från Umara. Och vi låter våra treor stå kvar här och kallar upp lag nummer 2 som är TSM Prawa number 2. Welcome! prizes from Finspång commune, and they will get prizes from Silva. And now the winner, we welcome up IFK Göteborg, team number 1. Och i laget har sprungit Anton Arvidsson, Olle Johansson, Noel Kjellberger, Moa Kjellberger, Beons Andersson och Elsie Hördegård. Och vi låter podiet gå fram ett halvt steg och vi ger segrarna priser från Icebug. Och jag tror att det är dags för en hyllningsfarfar. Stort grattis till er alla!
varit lugnare.
Hello and welcome back to Tiomila 2025, coming to you from Finspång. It is getting a bit colder here, but the atmosphere is hotting up. Lots of people making their way to the slopes to see the start of the men's relay here at Tiomila. 10 legs. It is going to be the same format as last year with the split start, so that means we see the men starting in the daytime. We will have 3 legs between now and about 8 o'clock local time over the next 2.5 hours as we set up this 10-man relay. As you can see, lots of runners now still doing their warm-ups, making their way towards the start line here over on the track where you saw the white tapes out on the ground. It's quite a compact run out here. We saw some of the youth actually tripping up, so hopefully we won't have any of those problems. And everybody just got a few nervous faces around. Jonas and I actually had a little walk around the arena a couple of minutes ago, and you could definitely tell there was some nervousness in the air because this is a big deal starting out on this relay here at Tiomila.
Yeah, it is. And it was hard to see if it was you who was nervous or the runners or both of them. No, of course, I mean, the first leg in the relay with 10 legs is quite, I mean, it's really important. Usually, I mean, this is one of the bigger relays. You don't have as many legs in Jukkola. There are a few other relays, for example, 25 in Sweden, they have more. But to have that pressure as a first leg runner, to have 9 runners behind you, and everything builds on your performance from here. And I mean, it's not just your performance, but it kind of accumulates as well. If you lose 2 minutes here, it will be hard to get that back. If you are behind on the long night, you're gonna lose even more if you're not lucky, and it will go on and go on. So it's very important to get a good start.
Yeah, no pressure then at
all.
No,
not at all. But they can't hear us anyway, so it's...
No, they can't. But I'm sure there'll be teams later on looking at this broadcast already. They'll try and see some of the kind of challenges. But this kind of table here gives us a good indication of what we're going to see over the next, 20 hours.
I have looked at this one many times because I wanted to know when I have a break here somewhere in between. But first of all, now we have the 3 legs in the men's relay and daylight. I think that's the most important to know. Important first leg, as we have been mentioning before. Also, then later on, the third leg, especially towards the end, all the small gaps, they can really matter. So if you lose 5 or 10 seconds on the way from the last or second control to the finish, that actually can matter because it can be a difference. Either if you make it to a group in front of you or if you fall back to the group behind you for the long night then after the restart.
Yeah, so this is the second time in a row that we're running this format, this split day legs and night legs. It always used to be the men's relay overnight, the women's relay in the daytime, but the women quite rightly said we want some night legs as well. So we have this split system in place. So it is it's kind of up to the organisers as well how they kind of want to play it to some extent. But we have this similar structure this time where we have the break before the long night, and that will of course start just before midnight, about 11 o'clock. It means we do have that gap in that particular place, but every single leg this year is just a little bit longer than last year's, and I think it felt a bit of a shame last year that some of the legs were just a little bit too short, and so this is really going to test our runners today.
Yeah, and I mean it's due to the fact that they actually are overlapping the relays a little bit. If you remember last year, we actually had a small break between the relays, and then we had to restart, and we could actually see the restart in picture. We won't see that today. This last year's winners of both Tiomila and Jukkola favorites for today and tomorrow as well, but those for me, Ukko-Linnea, maybe even bigger favorites than Stora Tuna to the right of them. Starting with Reto Ecker, quite the same as all the years, very experienced first leg runner. Felix Axelsson here running the first leg then for IFK Göteborg. Also, they actually, with a good team, maybe not as good as the last years, they had quite many runners to drop out of the team, either to club changes or injuries.
Yeah, Eidsmo, I think injury for him and Bema out of it. But look at this man, Thomas Heikela to start. Known as a sprinter, but he's pretty good in the forest as well.
He is a good. He did a good job last year on the first leg, but actually the team here, Helsing and Sunistad, they are strong.
Yeah, watch out for them as well. So they start obviously in the order that they finished last year, which is why we can look at this kind of top 6 here. Terving there, and
that's actually an interesting choice to have Jere Pajunen on the first leg. Usually the guy for the hard night legs. First, a few years ago, often on the long nights, then changed to the longer nights with forking, and now he is, I don't know if it's an upgrade or downgrade to go to the first leg, but of course it's a leg you want to have experience on. And also notice the shirt here, Tampere Pyrintö, they have a combined shirt from Anko, a club in Switzerland, and Tampere Pyrintö. That's due to the fact that they're long night runner for many years died in an accident this year, and to
they're paying
let
tribute
their memories,
to him, aren't they?
yeah, paying tribute to him.
There's a really nice video on their social media of like all sharing their memories of their teammates.
Pascal Buchs was the name. Just say the name as well.
Absolutely. So do go and have a little look at that one. That's really nice. We saw MS Palmer there was number 309, and this is Halden here in number 310. So that is the first line in this 300 team.
Maybe to come back a bit to the length of the legs, you mentioned it, all the legs a bit longer this year, almost all of the legs. First leg, for example, 10 minutes longer. Second leg is about the same. Third leg, 13 minutes longer. It's quite different. As I said before, very important. This third leg just before the break to both, of course, give them a good feeling for the restart, but actually to send them out in a good position as well.
Yeah, and that longer length leg, I mean, it just kind of means that you really, really have to be very good to be right at the top there. It could mean a bigger gap back to those weaker teams.
I mean,
maybe.
it doesn't really... If you can perform well over 36 minutes, you might perform well over 49 minutes as well. But, I mean, it makes a difference. If you have a bad day and you start to lose time, you might get saved by the finish line after 36 minutes and not miss too much. But if you continue and you continue for another 13 minutes with bad self-confidence, that can lead to another 1 or 2 or 3, even 3 minutes of mistakes. So I think that matters in that way more than the physical aspect.
Yeah, it can be super, super decisive. But look at all these crowds here. It's absolutely wonderful. There's this small hill in this arena. Most of the rest of it is completely flat. But obviously everybody's gathered up here. Everybody on their feet. Everybody with a look of anticipation, because this is just such an iconic moment.
Är svår att förstå sig på. Kan spänningen i skogen ge mening, fart och mål. En gemensam utmaning skänker glädje och hopp. Tillsammans når vi nya höjder när prestationen är på topp.
And now I'm actually a bit better prepared for that one than I was at the youth relay. So it basically says that when the times are heavy and you don't understand everything that happens around you, the excitement in the forest can give you a meaning, and the speed and the combined, like the goal you share with your teammates and the challenge can give you hope and joy, and together we reach new heights and performances. So it's very poetic. And very poetic as well, the start of the relay.
Absolutely, time that to perfection. They are off then. Over 300 teams out here into the lead, and you can see Thomas Heikela from Helsing and Sunistad taking to the lead there, and you want to be in a good position. It looks a lot more controlled than the youth race, and they are all out there. It's quite a long run out. It's quite a little bit wider here. They're going to pass in front of our commentary positions and head out into the terrain, and then as soon as they come out, leave this arena, it gets very, very narrow very quickly. You can see some people now starting to unfurl their maps, starting to look at that, and the dust as well. You can see it in the air, the dust that these runners are picking up as they kind of sprint out of this arena, ready to begin their Tiomila campaign. Lots and lots of excitement, lots of cheers from the hill. as more than 300 runners then, they cross this little kind of fence section here, and then they are off. They are out, they are into the terrain. The navigation starts. For this leg, it's around about 9 kilometers. And
51 minutes expected running time.
Absolutely, and yeah, we will see. They will get their first indication of this terrain. You can see still running out towards the start point here. They will pass the start flags, and then everything really does begin. So there's a few different decisions being made straight away, as you can see there, going each side of this block of wood, staying on the quite wide tracks that we have at this very, very first part of the map of the race. And of course, we've got our running cameras who will be putting in the kilometers absolutely today. They're really going to try and kind of give us a good picture of what it is like to be running this first leg with bodies everywhere, people everywhere, chaos everywhere. Not everybody even reached a start point yet. And just to be trying to kind of jostle for position, trying to get a good pace in, trying to do your own orienteering in amongst all of this chaos of people crossing left and right, especially when you get into the forest as well. But you can see 2 groups splitting up here towards this first leg. And they will very, very soon leave the track, head into the forest. You can see already, look how spread out it is. And you can not only hear, you can not only see the runners here, you can hear them as well. You can feel what it is like going through the terrain as we're with one of these groups. I think this is one of the groups that took that right-hand turn, I would think, climbing up the slope here. Espringsund til sådan I can see.
And we're gonna have the first TV control after 2.8 kilometers, so there's still a fair amount of distance to go to there. But we're gonna be able to follow the runners here with our running cams. You can see that you mentioned it. Tiseren, I can't spot the EFK Göteborg, Halden. I think there was Orion just behind.
It's going to get tricky because we're going to have like five teams of some of each clubs, and we can't show much map.
But
at least
I mean, you can
this.
tell that first of all, NTNV is quite far behind. I wonder why. Oh, they did actually a mistake. It's fair to say.
Whoa!
Right after the starting point, so about 25 seconds behind, taking unnecessary route choice there. But I mean, you could see on the satellite picture, either it's a very route choicey leg, or then it's a forking.
Yeah, so they grouped up into those kind of 3 distinct groups on the way out towards the first controls.
This bit here is actually really nice to orient here, even if it looks bushy right here. But you have this, the small hills. The runnability is rather good at many points. You have to run a bit, sometimes in the S shape, to get the faster tracks, faster bits here. It's tough because it's up and down all the time, but it's beautiful orienteering.
The visibility is good. I mean, just look at that.
Visibility is really good. And actually makes the orienteering bit, especially on the first leg, makes it much, much easier, because you see everyone around you, never going into the risk that you lose the line, the runners around you.
Yeah, and when you have controls that are just hidden out of view, just seeing people ahead kind of dropping down into them, it just gives you that, you can kind of smooth out that line, can't you? So with these runners on the tops of these hills. And I think the fact that we saw those 3 groups, it's kind of, it's divided the whole pack by 3, like straight away, really.
Yeah, they were. I mean, there was a bit of a route choice out from the start, and then obviously probably a forking as well. As you can see here, they're one of the controls.
And now, Jonas, this is where you and I have to be really careful for some time, because we are so used to, on things like the World Cup, World Championships, having the full GPS, everyone's in quarantine. We can talk as much as we want to about where these athletes are going and what they're doing and all of those kind of things.
Usually we're telling things everyone has seen already because you're following the GPS at home and you see things quicker than we do. Today it's the other way around. Actually, we're sitting on more information than you at home.
Yeah, we actually are, but we can't tell you all of it. Maybe until later. Will all reveal itself gradually throughout the course of the competition. So nearly 7 minutes of running now. You can see, some of these felled areas, semi-open areas, a bit tricky to run through, and the group again splitting up, some of them staying in the woodland. I mean, it's really hard. I got to say this now. It's really hard to get a sense of the light levels from the pictures in here. This makes it look really dark, but it is still daylight. Yes, the clouds have moved in. It was really nice and sunny earlier, but it's a fine.
I would say a rainy afternoon, you would have less light than you have now.
I agree. So it's actually fine light levels wise in the terrain, even if we're closing in on 6 o'clock. Okay, let's see what is going on then with our GPS tracking. 8 minutes into this first leg. And Halden, Gemoko, Magminer up together at the start of the pack. And we don't, of course, have all of the teams tracked. We have about 25 teams tracked. So we will kind of be focusing on those top ones. And actually what we really need to be looking out for is those teams making mistakes earlier on. Like, you can put yourself out of contention very, very quickly. How are NTNU doing?
Yeah, they are. Now I have to see what tail I have set here. They're about a minute behind the leading group. So it's, well, a bit is due to this, I would call it mistake in the beginning. Maybe for Kings, hard to say, but of course, I mean, definitely, if you start losing, you're behind. There are many, many runners between the top teams and your position. And to run and pass them costs incredibly a lot of energy. And it's not a nice thing. This is why the
start's so important, right?
Yeah,
you have to be up there.
Yeah, but you don't have to be up there. I mean, all the top 30 teams are starting in the front 3 rows, so it's not that important. It's just not important to not lose too much positions, but then don't do anything stupid to the first control. I mean, especially in this. Well, I hope we will see a replay of that once later on, or then you might look it up later on when you have the GPS ready, but it was totally unnecessary.
Yeah.
And now we get closer actually to the first TV control, because I think it's about, say, 1.5–2 minutes away from here, if I remember right.
Löpkameraskogen, jag drar vidare till nästa sneddning.
And the camera operator will leave us here, he said, and go to the next position.
So loads of athletes kind of streaming through that control. And now everybody waiting here. They'll either be warming up for the next legs, they'll be watching, they'll be trying to put out their plan for how much of the competition they're going to spot. And of course, we hope, people will be trying to spot their runners through, their teammates through, their club mates through. And we'll try and give them all a shout out as they pass through the terrain. And at some point, we'll start seeing, you know, people getting wrapped up in their sleeping bags and all of those things, really setting out a camp for watching as much of this race as they can. There's a big screen in front of all of these spectators here, so they can get a glimpse of what is going on. All right, there we are at a control then here. Waiting
for the runners.
Yeah, see where we can
I think you should spot them very soon.
Yeah, we're gonna just looking out into the terrain.
Actually, I can tell you that Halden has a bit of bad direction. The only team not really on spots. So far, it doesn't look like a very big time loss if they get control over the situation again. At about
they look like
a
they're
lot of
alone
energy
on the
left
GPS
there.
tracking, but we don't know if they actually are alone.
So here we have the first teams. I think
go.
I can see Hagaby. I see Helsingin Suunnistajat. Linnea is there. Göteborg-Majerna and TNUI might not be the first team though.
But we could
so this
see
is Hagaby, Jerker Lisell, Thomas Heikkilä,
Emil Ling,
UKHP, Linnea and TNUI, but second team. Göteborg-Majerna,
Irvinen.
Hellen, Kristianstad, Lynx, Tullinge, Linnea second team, Tyrving, Tampere, Pyrinty, Uppsal, KV, Tyrving second team, IF Göteborg, Ikalisten. Interesting to see where Halden is coming. Yeah, we have them here, right? Somewhere in the group, so they didn't lose so much time. Here they are, 30 seconds. Now the big group is coming here.
Now it's impossible for us to keep
but I mean,
up.
here we have Kalvander Rasti actually a bit behind. Let me see here, Kalvander Rasti.
Yeah, second and first teams neck and neck, 46 seconds down.
But I mean, the 46 seconds was one thing, but there are so many teams between.
To try and overtake, and the energy required to overtake when everyone's going so quickly anyway is really tricky.
I can tell you, we have 93 teams here already. The graphics a bit behind. 100. And of the GPS team, we should have NTNUI here very soon, if I haven't missed them. I think they were there actually. Yes. Let me see here. NTNUI, yes. 1.5 minutes behind. Niels Tveite. 116th position. I think that's the most interesting thing that happened so far.
And of course it was, they were the winners from 2 years ago in Skellefteå. So good pedigree, and I think a lot of their team are quite unchanged from last year as well, but a lot of them will kind of graduate from the university after this year. So they've kind of got like one last Team Mila for this generation of runners from the Trondheim University Club. And I don't think we've stopped. There's been no gaps here at all, as we would expect, of course.
And we had 177 runner here. 2.5 minutes have passed. And, well, you can see the positions summing up quickly here. Now we are on 200
teams.
But I mean, we have seen pictures from the running camp, and we were talking about it. It's good visibility, runnability is quite good. It's not the most difficult thing for a relay if you both have a daylight, quite good visibility, quite good runnability.
Yeah.
But it makes it even more difficult for teams that drop off, like NTNUI, 1.5 minutes behind. Where should you win back that time? Because usually you have the chance to overtake a few runners at the moment where the leading teams have to break down a little bit, take out speed in order to navigate. But here it's full speed orienteering in the beginning. It will be very, very challenging to get back within the next 20-25 minutes.
Yeah, if teams aren't making mistakes, then there's not much you can do as Antonio to try and get back. But, you know, we know there are gaffles there. We know there's forking, and actually that could shake things up again, as it tends to do, especially on this first leg when you've got so many teams all together. It's so easy to kind of be in that wrong group, and that's really where you have to do your own orienteering to make sure you don't go to the wrong control, go to someone else's forking. So it is absolutely crucial at those stages to be in that correct group.
See now, almost up to date with the graphics on 270 at the moment. 4 minutes and 40 seconds since we had the leaders there. Hageby with Jerker Lisell. Very experienced team, Hageby. Maybe better at Jukkola when they were only 7 runners, but they have a strong team here.
And Jerker Lisell, loads of experience as well. He's exactly
many of the runners in that team.
Stable pair of legs you need.
And the next TV control, we're gonna have up there 4.9 kilometers. So that would add, let's say, another 12, 13 minutes to the watch then. So in about 5, 6, 7 minutes then.
Jonas, you're keeping an eye on the tracking. Any teams in trouble, or is everyone going pretty well at this point?
Well, it's splitting up a bit more. The terrain visibility gets a bit lower as well in the part they are now, so then it slows down the runner a little bit. I can say that NTN is still the last team of the ones we have with the GPS devices, but they actually get contact again with a few teams, and now I can see that Hulk did the mistake. So they are now together, almost together with the Joingena and NTNV. At the end of the group, Sävedal not far away, Kåre. But in the lead, it looks good for Turving, KV, Ikalisten, Tampere, Pyrintö, Bredaryd, Linné. Then I would say it's quite okay for Göteborg-Majorna, IFK Göteborg, MS Parma, Turmets and Caveat. Helsingin Suunnistajat lost contact with the leading group. Can say that. Small mistake. They're still in a good position.
So you can see here on the screen that those are the standings at that TV control. 2.8 kilometers to go, and Hageby, Jerker Lisell are leader at that point. But it's so early days. You've got so many people close together at this point. And you've got a few runners in there, you know, like Yannick Michels for Turmets and Caveat. There are a few almost like specialist first leg runners as well, and often from kind of more niche orienteering nations sometimes, obviously like Yannick. What makes a really good first leg runner?
It's definitely not a disadvantage if you're physically strong, because it gives you time to... It doesn't put you in the stress situation that you have to fight and give all you have and at the same time keep control over the situation. If you have a bit of reserve, you're running at maybe 95% of your capacity, especially in teams like we have Thomas Heikkilä or Yannick Michels, where you know that they can be high up in the result list. You don't have to risk anything. They don't have to go up at the absolute front and lead the pack. So then you can be a little bit behind. You can control it. It makes it so much easier if you have this buffer where you have when you're not really giving it all, and you can be really sure. I mean, the good thing is always that you have to have a plan, and then you can see how the others behave and go with the group that executes your plan. Here we see the comparison. Halden and Helsingin Suunnistajat. See Halden losing time here.
So I think that is the control maybe we were talking about kind of earlier, that where they had a different direction.
It was in... No, it was into...
Before the TV control, I think.
Yeah, maybe, but Halden did a small mistake here as well, so it's hard to say. We could see that there was a small mistake, 20 seconds, but it actually wasn't the biggest mistake we have seen in that part, I'd say. But it's also, in this part, it's... We have to wait until the next TV control in order to be able to say how the standing is. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, we absolutely do.
Small mistake here by Bredarud and Linné, actually. But they're still, I mean, now we're talking about 15, 20 seconds. Yeah, they're still high up in the result list. But we can say that there are 4 teams with GPS. KV, Tyrving, Ikalisten and Tampere Pyrintö. They have a small gap to the other GPS teams. About 15 seconds. Then we have Linné, GMOK, Bredarud, Tyrmets and Kaviet, Helsingin Suunnistajat and IFK Göteborg. And I think that the next...
Okay, Stora Tuna highlighted here into this control. We can actually show you a bit of map, a little bit of control. Just, I don't, maybe there's a parallel error, basically. Maybe they thought they were on the hill to the, like, lower
definitely.
down on the edge of the circle. But
you can see that he's coming from the margin. I mean, he played it safe by going out on the street, and he followed the margin, and still he didn't have the patience to go all the way. But at the same time, it's a part where it's a bit more dense than it was before, so you get a bit slower, you lose the feeling for the distance a little bit, and when you see other runners maybe crossing from another side, it's easy to follow there.
Yeah.
But now we're waiting at the control, and it's after 4.9 kilometers. It's fair to say it's almost, it's not exactly halfway, but soon we are halfway through the first leg. Expected winning time of this one, 51 minutes.
Yeah, and this is a 9-kilometer course, approximately. Looking at my statistics that I've written down. 8.9 kilometers, 310 meters of climb, 51 minutes. So a very middle leg for
distance-wise, we're more than halfway.
Yeah.
They will be much quicker than that's also the feeling I had when I was out in the forest. They're going to be quicker. This is Lunks, KV, Linné. But it's not the first team of Linné, it's the second one. Tyrving, Ikalisten, Tampere Pyrintö. All within 7 seconds. Here is Reto Ecker, that's still very, very good. He's up there in contentions, and now we are waiting for IFK Göteborg. GMOK, MS Parma, Tyrmets and Kaviet and Bredarud. Here we have Kristianstad, Farum Tysvilde, IKHP. Järfälla, Linköping, Tyrving second team, Uppsal, IFK Göteborg, Tyrmets and Kaviet.
Yeah, that was Yannick Nichols through there in the black kit.
Nydalen, Parma, Paimion, Freidig, Bredarud, Växjö and Järla coming here.
Have we had Helsingin Suunnistajat through yet?
No, he actually did a mistake. Just he didn't execute the leg so good the last 3 or 4 controls. Here we have Jerker Lysell together with Thomas Heikkilä. So the 2 leaders from the last TV control now drop behind about a minute, and we were talking about how difficult it is to come back. But I can tell you, NTNV is not the last team anymore among the GPS teams. They have now passed Halden, Göingenar, Kåre.
Well, we have Navi, another Tizeren team, Ravinen also through.
Denzel
as well.
Södertälje, Hagen, Jämsen, Retki, Veikot. Actually quite interesting. They have been good at this spring at relays. Here is Anton Sjöqvist.
Stora Tuna.
Stora Tuna.
Yeah, so last year's winners back down in 40th place.
38.
And he ran
Halden
first leg
here
last year as well.
Timo Tantanini, and here we have NTNV coming from wrong direction.
Did he punch that control?
It wasn't the first. Was it the first? No, I think it wasn't the first team. We had the first team there, at least. Looks like that on the GPS.
Okay. Quarter through, another Halden team, Terby. Again, you're looking for low numbers here. So anything in 300s are
we can
the better
see
teams.
we're waiting for Sävedalen. They haven't been there. They lost quite a lot of time. It's going to take another minute until they are at this control.
Yeah, that's Fia Tisvilska on the first leg for them. Now beginning to kind of have a few more gaps now. There's someone with headlights. It's not that dark out there. Sävedalen's actually through now. Another team from Linné. Then another gap. So even just from that first TV control, 2.8K to now to 4.9K, now we're starting to see those split up. And there's a few teams a little bit further back, like Stora Tuna. We'll need to be focusing on trying not to lose any more time. Orion, another team from Ravinen, always bring lots of teams to kind of competition. Nydalen, they have 4 teams in this competition. Linné have 6. Linköping's one of the local teams, has 5. And Tenui has 6 teams. There's the ones I spotted. So bringing busloads of athletes here to Finspång. There's one of the Tenui teams in the green. Another team from Linné. Laget. And Jonas, you're looking at the GPS again. Anything
Yeah,
worth
I
mentioning?
wonder if one. I mean, we can say that they split it up in 2 groups, and one group. Actually, I'm not 100% sure if they were reading to the right control in the very end. It doesn't really matter that much on the route, but I think you could execute this route better than they did. They passed. Control they have already passed, which I don't think they would need to do. But it won't cost them a lot, it would maybe 10 seconds or something. But it's interesting that the teams that have been there at the TV control a bit before the others, they went on one route, a bit more to the left, I can say, and the other group went to another route, a bit more to the right. So they are not on the same route.
So close to 200 teams now at this point on this first leg. 30 minutes of running. Whereas our graphics just going to catch up with the flow of runners that have come through here. And our next TV split will be at 6.6 kilometers.
Yeah, and looking at the GPS, I guess it's about
4
And
4
minutes. It's a little bit depending on which one the TV control is, but it's not that long time to wait for the leading teams.
Okay, so this is what you were talking about then earlier. These two
So you can
groups
see this
then.
is the one group, the ones that have been at the TV control a bit earlier. You can see there the second group with Ravinen, Kolmården, Tissanen. I think it's okay to go to the left, but they could stay a little bit closer to the hill and then go between the hills, and they would be about 70 meters more south. You can also see Turemets and Kevin. Actually, they're running around, but they will be the first team coming out on the other side of the hill. So, yeah, you can guess that there is a path going all the way around. That's Yannick Michels. But you could stay closer. I mean, they were in this green section just at the beginning of the picture. You can see, and if they would have been running through, like between the hills there, they would have ended up where they are now, and I think they could be a bit closer. It didn't cost them too much. I think they're still ahead of the other group, but they could be, 15 to 20 seconds quicker, I guess.
Very, very interesting. So we will...
And you can see here, that's what I was talking about, Savidan, a little bit behind all the other teams, so many of the other teams gathered together again now in a more or less bigger group. Again, Turemets and Caveat. Yannick Michels playing his cards in a way that he can, play his physical strength. And here they come. It's Linné's second team.
Yeah. And I think the first team's there as well. So Turemets and Caveat in the black, but looks like maybe Yannick Michels losing a little bit of time on that route choice. That plays to his kind of running strengths, those sprinting strengths from him.
So I think we're going to have the TV control at the next control then.
Yeah, I thought it was 6.6K mark. It's actually the 7.9K mark before we get the next one. But it's just great to kind of follow these leading teams through the terrain, and this, you can see this area a little bit kind of flatter, a little bit less distinct. You've got to really be on your compass. And look, there he is running off the front there for Linné 2, David Baumberger, and trying to get a little bit of a gap. There is Yannick Michels there.
So we're quite close to the leading group, as you can see on the GPS. It's very nice runability at this point. You can really run full speed. It's quite easy to see the features, contours in the terrain as well. Doesn't look that clear on the picture, but you can see that he is playing the stop and go a little bit now.
He's looking around
to see if there are other runners somewhere. They're close to the control.
And this is where you can see those runners ahead of you, just like closing in on that control means you can kind of look up and try and spot them. So that's second place there, and now there's this whole group. See Lynx in there. Here's Hageby, that's Jökulysel back up there and in that leading group. Have we seen Helsingin Sunnista yet? Yep, there is at least one of the teams in that group. See Lynx there. There is Tampion Printo with their tribute to Pascal Bux on the back of their shirt. Special shirt for this year from Tisvilde, the Danish club. And just one long line and here, nobody really even deviating from the route here, just step after step after step behind the runner in front. Some of them stepping in all of the same places as well, taking those lines through the forest. Somebody going off to the right-hand side there. On their way to this next control. And here, if you're just going straight through the forest, it's a lot, you know, you can see that line ahead of you. You've got someone to just lock onto, and it just gets, nice and straightforward there. A little bit of track running. And that you know, shows you can see these runners are like playing it safe, you know.
Yeah, I just thought about that. It's the power of the power of the leader that can decide where you go, because there would have been alternatives for this route. I mean, it wouldn't differ very much, but I'm sure there would be other options that would as quick as this one. But of course, if someone going there,
it's a nice safety route, isn't it? It's like bang out to the path, boom, turn right, go. It's you don't have to think too hard at all when you're trying to push it. That's
of course, but even you could run differently, and it wouldn't be very difficult either way.
That's true. That definitely is true. So again, on some of these kind of small tracks, you can see the rockier sections near the tops of the hills where the forest opens out just that little bit, dropping down again into the next valley. You can see it gets a little bit, I was about to say it gets a little bit denser, but it doesn't really. Still fairly good. And we can kind of try and work our way through this pack here. Kolmården in the picture and one of the Gothenburg teams. You just see that line of runners stretching out there. Oh, we have had a little bit of splitting up then here on this route. You can see the tail is only 15 seconds, so we are quite kind of zoomed in. It's very hard to get a sense of the scale really here, but there has been some splitting up.
Yeah, definitely, but you can see that there are two groups on either way.
Again, still a few kind of smaller tracks between these fallen trees. Again, a lot of up and down. Fairly relentless. And I'd love to know from our camera runners later how many miles they've covered, because...
How many kilometers?
Oh, how many kilometers? That's true. Sorry, we are a European sport. And it's a bit different, you know, in the World Cup races, you're often doing a couple of short sprints as you pick up each runner. But now we have this privilege of being able to see all these athletes in this terrain for this long. And it's because we have our runners out in the forest like this that it's just so worth it, because you can really feel like you're in this group or trying to hang on to this group. And it's just fantastic to be able to feel that kind of presence in the forest. So climbing up again now. They should be closing in on another control very soon.
You can see still the terrain is very open, so now they left this tricky area where they've been in, where we actually just reported with our radio voices about what happened, and that it was few teams that struggled a little bit, and now we're back in this section where the runnability is quite good, and especially visibility is really good. So full speed orienteering at this part.
Yeah, exactly. You can see these, I think these two groups kind of coming back together. Still Tournaments and Caveat in there, IKHP in there.
I can say that NTNU is definitely back in the game. They're in a good position right now. Just together with Tyrving, KV, Ikalisten, not far behind Linné. So almost in top. Linné first team, I have to say, because here we see second team. Linné seems to be in the lead, and actually,
And I think
that's
he's going to
quite a big lead.
Yeah, David Baumberger is doing a fantastic job.
Here we have
a second place
Han
team.
Kristianstad, Nicolas Kastner. Very, very good job by these two. I said before there would have been room for alternative routes. I don't know if they have no GPS devices, so I can't tell you where they went. There we see Jerker Lisell, Reto Ecker. This is Järfälla, Felix Speth, 500 Rusty, Emil Jansson. Then we have Jerker Lisell and Reto Ecker for Hagaby and OK Linné. And now we are waiting for the big group with many other of the top teams. Here we have Tiseren, Oskar Andrén, Thomas Heikkilä, KV, Ikalisten, Tyrving, Södertälje, another Tyrving team, two Göteborg team, IFK Göteborg. Interesting to see then where we have Stora Tuna, here we have Tampere and Pyrintö. First team.
Yeah, looking out for Stora Tuna, of course, because they are the defending champions. They are in exactly the same team as last year, but in a different order, slightly different order.
Here, Timo Tantanini. At Kalvan Rasti. Jere Pajunen there.
Södertälje's second team, Kokora.
We had Stora Tuna there, actually.
Where were they in?
I just see here, they were in 16, so they were in a good position. 56 seconds behind, but 56 seconds behind the second team of Linné. So we are waiting. Now we had a group there. We mentioned Kalvan Rasti, bredare ut än som Kåre. Soon we're gonna have Göingerna. Here they are. And then Orion.
Here we go.
And then we only missing Sävedalen of the teams with GPS.
So 73 teams through within coming up to 3 minutes now. Now we have a gap. So 73 teams and a gap. Yeah, of course. All coming through very, very quickly. But there is a gap. Those first two separated by 10 seconds and another 15 seconds back to number 3. You could see actually those kind of third, fourth, fifth teams just slightly off at this control, but they were they knew they were close, just looking up and seeing where the others were, and then obviously they've managed to kind of correct at that point.
Actually, quite an interesting team that's not having a GPS device on is Farum Tisvilde. They were quite good in the competition last year, and then they started to drop behind a little bit after a few legs. I think they're stronger this year. Could be ending up in the top 20. Now in 31st position, Nils Elton Jokumsen, 112 behind.
So crossing the power line, that looks like the leading team from Linné 2.
And actually that control at the power line, you can see from the arena. It's like a TV or like a spectator control. And there we have Linné in the picture. He is on the way now to the second last control.
And Pan Kristianstad as well. You can see it in the orange in the picture just further up.
It's not a big gap between the two teams. All the other teams, they're just about to punch out at the control. We've seen them before under the power line. So we have Helsingin Suunnistajat, Tisaren. Soon to get there. Tyrving, Ikalisten, Södertälje, Kolmården, and the big group.
So these are, I think this is the second place team in here. Kristianstad and Linné, second team in there as well. This is, I mean, this is such a good opportunity for first leg runners. If you in a fairly mixed team, but you're a strong first leg runner, you can just go for it. I mean, you can kind of risk a little bit more, you can have a little bit more fun with it, and really kind of have that kind of uncomparable moment of coming into the finish after the first leg of Tiamila in the lead, and there are the two runners who are going to do that just there.
Is it gonna be the young Swiss, David Baumberger, 20 years old, maybe bringing it home for Linné's second team? Is going for it, definitely.
Oh, but they're racing here, then these two guys with a gap back to the rest of the field. This is OK Linné and OK Kristianstad, both together in towards the finish here, pelting it round this course. They've been running for 47 minutes, so much quicker than we were expecting these guys to go. Fantastic work from these two leaders. And the young Swiss, as you mentioned there, Jonas, David Baumberger, going to take the glory here for the second team for OK Linné. And they are the big favourites for this race. Linné, not the second team, the first team. So fantastic work from this young runner here. 3 seconds ahead of the others. Now he has to go and find his number, find the map and hand it over. But who is going to be next? Here they come. Emil Jansson, and we've actually got Thomas Heikeler, Helsingin Suunnistajat there. I think this is Paimin Rasti, yeah,
yes,
and Helsingin Suunnistajat.
So this is the change.
There's the change. The two runners pretty much together then, and this is third and fourth. They've got to remember to punch the finish control there. Paimin Rasti and Helsingin Suunnistajat neck and neck, and Helsingin Suunnistajat, one of the big favourites for this race. Packed full of Finns who are super motivated this year with the world champs being in there as well.
Tisaren, Hageby, Nydalen, Lunks, Södertälje, Järla, IFK Göteborg.
The first team, I think, are in there. Are they in there?
Here's Linné. Yep. Here we have NTNUI and Stura Tuna, Ikalisten,
Farum Tisvilde as well. And that is the changeover wall. So they pick up their map and then run a little bit further around the house and do the changeover. It's a long run in for these athletes. Another team from NTNUI, the team Angonium and Ankari. Another team from Nydalens in as well, and we are ticking up the results now here. We are approaching 50 teams finished. Farum Tisvilde, you can see the Danish flag on the shoulder. Turen Suunnistajat as well.
That was Farum Tisvilde's second team, actually.
Kangasala coming around the corner there, getting ready to hand over on this second leg.
And the teams we're waiting for from the top teams, Kåre, Göingerna, Orion. Kåre and Göingerna, they just punched the last control. Orion, second last control. Here we have Orion and Göingerna together. And now we had 70 teams at the exchange, or at the finish line at least. 2 minutes 35.
There's an Orion Atunda team there as well. So we had a gap and then a few more runners here, and we had kind of 73 runners and then a little bit of a gap earlier on.
Yeah, we have Orion.
Yep, punching there. Number 318.
Simon Hedlunds. But I mean, we have now we have had Sävedalen is still missing, but we have had most of the teams with the GPS device, and we have only 3 minutes of a gap between all of the teams so far.
So no big disasters, I'd really say.
No, but as I've said before, a minute in this kind of terrain is quite much. It was an impressive performance by NTNUI to get back after having been 1.5 minutes behind. I think they took the chance when they got it in this tricky area where many of the teams struggled a little bit, tempo, the speed broke down, and they had the chance to use the runners in between to work their way up to the front again. But that was a tricky one. Could have gone in a very wrong direction here from the beginning for NTNUI.
Yeah, NTNUI at the first radio control was in 116th place, I mean, and then the next one they'd moved back up into 18th.
And in the finish he was only 1:15 behind.
Yeah.
And I mean, there was a gap of 43 seconds from 1 to 3, so he was a half a minute behind the group he should be in, so that's no catastrophe at all.
Yeah, and when you actually think about that, okay, you take those two outliers out in the front who are unlikely to keep that, then actually all of the teams we care about pretty much are in that group, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stora Tuna down, but like only like within 30
not
seconds
that far.
from third place, so...
It's about, they're almost together with NTNUI. I think all the teams within, I mean, then we have, we still have good teams behind. We still have IFK Göteborg behind them. Göteborg Majorna is quite a good team. They're about 120 behind. Tampere Pyrinto is there. So as long as you have many teams, potentially top 5 around you, it's not a big problem. It starts to be a problem when you're all alone, as it is for Sävedalen at the moment.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we'll talk a little bit more in the broadcast about kind of how you do a team setup, but it really varies depending on whether you want to be winning it, whether you want to be top 20, whether you want to be top 100. Like, it's very different as to like where you kind of put your runners. And some teams will want to like front load their runners. They want to try and get in the long night in a good train, and then that set them up for the rest of the relay. And some teams will want to put their fast runners towards the end as well. Still more teams coming into the finish here. We've got 100 teams now through. Nyköping's first team there in as well. Team from Ravinen.
Erik Öhlund on the last meters. Kind of a legend in this kind of relays. Also one of the runners who's often been on longer legs, often been on unforked legs, but also a former national team runner, so he definitely had the qualities to do orienteering on his own as well.
So we're now 6 minutes then after that changeover, with athletes now out on that second leg. A little behind-the-scenes moment is from the commentary box. We've got a big pile of maps.
Yeah.
I can chuck the first one away. I'll now reach under the desk.
You are working with paper,
And
I'm
then
working
get
with
the
the
second
tablet.
one.
That's,
Yeah, but isn't it just good?
you're more old school.
To feel the map in your hand, you get the sense of scale much better. It's great.
But you don't see the results on it. Or
No,
the standings.
No, but I've got another screen for my standings. It's fine.
You're
I
working
like
very
seeing...
old school here.
Yeah, there's no problem with that. I've got no problem with that at all. I can see the detail as the athletes would see the detail. I don't actually have all the forkings though, which is quite problematic, but it just means I can have a similar experience to the athletes. You know, it's good. And they're actually out on a shorter second leg. This one is 7.4 kilometers. So the first one, 8.9. This one is about 7.4, 7.5. And they will go about, so it's 46 minutes is the aim for this one. Although I think they will go quicker. than that again. Loads more teams streaming through now. See Lynx have a good presence there on that finish line with their flags and their bobble hats, giving all their supports. I think this must be the first female runner we have here. This is Mark Bidgens, I think, here.
Erika Åkesson lost 9 minutes. Quite a good performance on the first leg. Can give you a bit of insights from the start to the second leg. Well, the update is basically that nothing happened. And I expect the runners to be at the first TV control in about 2-3 minutes. So far we had 182 teams to the changeover. This is Emil Öberg, 10 minutes and 57 seconds behind.
Still good conditions here in this arena. Fairly cloudy now. The floodlights have come on. You can see kind of in the back of the picture there. They're not really needed yet at all. But these then were the standings. Those two leading runners, 43 seconds clear from the rest of the field, and then fairly just a steady stream of runners from that point. And those top 20, as you can see, in with 1:15. Lots of names that you'll recognize from the international scene in these top teams. And no really big casualties at this point. NTNUE working their way back into the mix. And although, you know, you've seen it so fast, even like a 2-minute gap just could grow and grow and grow after the next couple of legs. And really now, attention kind of turns as we get into the second leg, especially into the third leg, of almost like positioning before the long lights. Where will people end up? Where will they kind of ending up positioning themselves? And will there be then some tactics ready for the long night?
And now we're getting ready for TV control. And they're here now. And it's upon Kristianstad, Arvid Björk, who is the first runner there, so he was able to overtake OK Linné's second team. But of course, we are waiting for the teams behind. We know that the gap was about 40 seconds down. This is David Lingfors.
In the second team again. So change in order of the first two, but then still a gap.
And we know, yeah, as I said, the gap was 43 seconds down to the next teams, and they're not here yet.
No.
So it's still a gap.
We'll see as the time ticks up then. It was exactly the hour mark that the leaders came through this point. So now the gap's growing a little bit.
NTNUE.
Yeah, we can see them coming through.
Tampere Pyrinto. IFK Göteborg, I think there was. OK Linné.
Yeah,
This
Paiman
is
Rasti there
Paiman
as
Rasti,
well. There's the first team from Linné.
Here we have
Rasmus Muller, yes.
Jemenankeri, Växjö,
Nydalens.
Kolmården.
Helsingin Synestia there in the blue top. There's Stora Tuna in the yellow. And IFK Gothenburg's second team.
IFK Göteborg.
So 16 teams through, 1:13.
Hagaby, Farum Tisvildi, Ikalisten, Tisaren, Turun Sunistajat, KV, Lynx. Turumetsen, Kavia Tyrving. Which top teams? We have Halden, Kalvander Rasti, Ravinen. Interesting team as well. We've been talking about them so much. Then Mura, Wojtek Kral on the second leg. Snettringe, I think. Yes, in these. Jekaps Janovs. Lapuen Virke. And the Jensen Retki Veikot, quite easy to recognize because they're going with this old school kind of style of their running shirts.
Tisvilde again, also recognizable with the Danish flag on the shoulder.
Team.
Absolutely. Another
Helsingin
Södertälje team.
Second team. Södertälje also
well.
second team. Emil Wingstedt also for the second team. Yeah, opened good there. Emil Wingstedt only 46 seconds slower to that point compared to, let me see here, I think it was Verhoef. Sure, if I can find it. Yes, Guillaume Verhoef, fastest to this point for Angel Jemenankeri. Here we have Orion, Axel Bratt. The gap there for Orion, 2:59. Good start for Axel. Then Tullinge, Jakob Schupek.
Anyone moved up or down a lot here?
Interesting name there for IFK third team. Fredrik Backman was in the first team last year, struggled with injuries.
So Snettringe moved up 16 places. Just looking there. Jäler must have made a mistake, down 50 places. Who else has climbed up? Turun Sunestajats, Ferenc Jonas has climbed up a lot there as well.
More than Oskar Leinonen. Very good start here for Oskar.
And Tenui climbing up 16 places.
Södertälje, Florian Freule had a great start.
And who has, Guillaume Verhoef for Angel Jemenankeri, the fastest time on this leg out of everybody.
The runners, they are heading into this tricky part. It's the most tricky part of this second leg.
Yeah, very tricky because it's very detailed, I think.
And visibility is lower than it was before, so you don't see the runners around you that good.
A Tunda here.
I think that we're going to see a few pictures from running cam because you can see the location of the the camera operator on the GPS. So maybe we're going to see a few pictures from this tricky part. Here we have Pan Kristianstad,
I think, yeah. It's kind of tripping up there. A little bit too high up. It shows you a little bit of the kind of the visibility. Linné as well.
David
Lingfors. Going through the trees there. It's hard for us to kind of keep up here.
I can say they're still about half a minute in front of the other teams, so they're doing a good job here.
And I guess you've got to try and, you know, second leg runner, you've got to try and imagine all the kind of possibilities that you might be sent out in. You expect to kind of be in the pack. You're definitely prepared more from that compared to David Lingfors here being in this second place. You can't really hear too many people behind you. It's
but I mean, David Lingfors is quite an experienced runner. I think he can handle it. Usually, the second leg runner is, it's kind of a different, similar profile you need as you need on the first leg, but usually it's good if you're very confident with your orienteering as well, because it can happen that you're going out on your own as Lingfors and Arvid Björk, or almost alone, and you don't have that many runners around you. That's why I think it's, for example, for Yannick Michels, it's more convenient to have more runners around him. Then he can play his card, his physical card when he needs it. Otherwise, he can just control. It's much more difficult to just have this controlling role on the second leg because you don't know where you start.
Yeah, and you can see here the trees around. Again, it's not as dark as this in the actual terrain, but then suddenly you kind of pop out on a control.
And actually here, we can say that other teams might have passed the 2 leaders now on a different place. But it's hard, it's this section again where it's hard to say who's in the lead and who's not.
Well, yeah, there you can see Tampering Purinta there. That's Tobias Pizzati.
Around there as well.
Yeah, so you can be running alone for ages and then suddenly, whoa, here's another runner right next to you, right behind you. You can think, but I didn't do anything wrong. But climbing down through these rocks here, you can see the orange shirt there of Panko Hanstad over towards the left. So still good visibility. And again, like the forest isn't as dark as you can see here, I don't think. It just...
I mean, you can see there's none of the runners. Yeah, there was one runner with a headlamp.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, it's still... It's almost daylight.
Yeah.
If it would be very, very dense in the forest, it might be a bit more challenging to read the map, but...
There's dense sections, but most of it is pretty good. Pretty good visibility, which then actually will play a part when we get to those legs, those night legs, those kind of dawn, those dusk legs. It will change a bit. So following Tobias Pizzati, running Tampering Purinta here, and doing a good job here. He's caught up 29 places already. So fantastic work.
Very strong, technically strong runner as well. Quite experienced now. He was for a long time always on the edge between, or very close to get to championships. Struggled every now and then again with injuries and stuff, then getting a little bit further away from the very top, then coming back, but a very good runner to have on a leg like this, because you know what you get when you put him on such a leg. He is a good runner physically, usually not the guy giving away a lot of time technically either. And you can see that, I mean, this control taking here, you can't complain about that.
No, super smooth.
Actually quite alone for the moment. Now it's interesting here. Kalev and Rastian, Turen, Metz and Caveat. We've seen that mistake before.
Yeah, we have seen that mistake before.
They have bit off direction, following, doing a parallel mistake,
Yeah,
but again, parallel. Even here, they're correcting very quickly. Yeah. So about 15 seconds of a mistake, but yeah, it's 15 seconds. It's really impressive here what Tobias Pizzati is doing all alone in this section, but actually I have to say couldn't do it much better. So the Tellier struggling here to this control. That's about half a minute of a mistake. So Florian Freuler dropping behind again a little bit. He was, as he said before, he was working his way up 8 positions. Now I think he lost those 8 positions again.
So we try and work our way through the forest. You see control there on the left. This is Pan Kristianstad, Arvid Bjork. Can see if we can catch up with him. I think there's an, IFK Gothenburg shirt in the front there. That should be Odin Ek.
Actually, I think it's the second team you see on the screen. They're a bit ahead of the first team, so then it's Jonas Pilblad. Well, not a big surprise to see him up there. He's a very good veteran. He is so strong technically. He's the perfect runner for this second leg.
Entenui and Halden. Another Entenui, that's our second
Here we have
team.
him, Pilblad to the control. Oh, but he now is wrong. I should be too quick with what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I think there's a few people going to change direction there.
I'm not sure. Yeah. I will see it later on.
We will see it later on. And we wait at the next one.
What I've seen in the picture didn't really match with the GPS, so I'm not sure if I said the right things here. But there was someone hesitating at the control at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And we catch up to see
So we're waiting here. This is Paimi and Rasti in the lead. Tobias Henriksson.
Yeah, they were in fourth at the changeover.
And fifth at the last TV control.
So fantastic work there. Here's
55 seconds behind. Yes, Entenui, Halden. Here we have Kolmården, GMOK. That's Växjö, I think. Here we have Pilblad. So it was definitely not Pilblad hesitating at the control. Malung. This is Kalavander Rasti, IKHP, Helsingin Suunistaja, Tiisaren. Smura, isn't it? Yeah. Turun Metsen Caveat, Tyrving. Oh, we didn't have Tyrving there.
Ravinen, Turun Suunistaja. This is IFK Gothenburg, the first team.
Yeah, I think it was the one hesitating at the last control, actually.
Yeah.
Odin Ek. This is Tyrving.
So it's within a minute then. Another team from Linné. That's the second team. So that was obviously in the lead.
So now we also had the, I think we haven't named them enough time. Ravinen, the Verve, and have passed here. They have a good team, we shouldn't forget about them. Jensen Retki Veikot. Arim Tisvil, the second team.
So have we had any big casualties yet? Still not really. Storatuna still up.
Well, I mean, we haven't had Ikalisten there. Here we have Kove. I think Ikalisten should come here, right? They are. Then we are still waiting for Orion, Kåre, Bredarud, dropped far behind, and Sävedalen still. Yeah, we have to wait 4 or 5 minutes for Sävedalen.
Here's Orion.
But no one who dropped far behind so far.
No, and even though they're in our track teams, they wouldn't maybe be in our top 10 teams. So
at the moment, it's just I'm looking forward towards the long night, and I think
they're so
now
close
50
together
runners
right now.
within, or almost 50 runners within 3 minutes.
Gonna get some good groups there.
Lindstedt and Backman in the same group. Or from Örebro.
Darlands as well. Don't think this is their first team. So, Pami and Rasti in the lead then. Kolmården, Gothenburg Minor, Pankrakhanstad. Lots of teams still in there.
There we had Bredaryd as well.
Västerviks. So this is about 4.5 kilometers into this second leg, as you can see. This second leg of 7.5 kilometers. And I think they are, yeah, they're making light work of this terrain. You'll have a slightly longer third leg, but not by much. Yeah, you can split this relay up into kind of 4 sections. You have these day legs, you have long nights all by itself, then you have 3 shorter legs, and then kind of 3 longer legs to end on, including that the first one of which doesn't have any forking. So we'll kind of see the characteristics of this relay change as we go through the night, as the sun sets and everything changes again.
Actually, I can tell you now that the runners are on a similar route choice, not exactly the same, but a similar route choice as we had on the first leg, just after this control. Almost all of the teams going the same way to these controls, but you have to say that almost all of the teams are together as well, so it's maybe not a big surprise. There are a few teams running differently. It's the teams that are a bit further behind, Orion, Bredaryd, especially Kåre and Göingerna. Yeah, going a bit more around. There is an option to go this way, so it's definitely... Well, it's an option. I don't think it's faster, but it's an option. They won't lose that much time on that.
To already have people calling out the numbers. Is it
worth to go there a few steps to see if it's my control? So here we have it.
Yeah.
See, this is the way almost all of the teams, all of the top teams were running. We're now on the way to the 12th control. I mean, you can imagine that in those small gaps there in between, there are still runners without GPS devices as well. No bigger gaps here.
Yeah, some people kind of, cutting a little bit more. Well, it's kind of hard to see with the GPS actually, but Entinui, Kolmården, and then coming off the track. So they're going to go through this housebound section. Again. Yeah, and that looks good for Entinui.
Looks very good. But again, I mean, there could be a few runners between Entinui and Kolmården, Gemoko. So maybe not a gap.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is about the different
You can see
choices.
Kåre all the way up there. There is this option. You can spot there is a small path to the west of the lake. Or north, if you want it like this. I mean, it depends on where from the lake you look at it. But there's the option Kåre is going, but it's more distance, definitely. And if you find the way through the terrain here, if you navigate through in between the hills, you actually don't climb that much, so I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, I don't know what Orion are doing. They're taking a lot of climb. They could just absolutely stay on the track and do, go in where Denseln are. right now.
Don't know what he's trying. Maybe he's going north of the lake.
Yeah, I think you're right. Really?
Well, I wouldn't do it, but why would he head up to the forest there otherwise?
Well,
I don't think
yeah.
it's a good option, but it looks like it.
Well, we will sit here and criticize other people's choices. As it starts to get a little bit colder here in the arena and the spectators waiting for the next athletes through. So this group here now closing in on control number 12, and they really are kind of on their way back to the arena now, shall we say. This is
yeah, it's a shorter leg.
Yeah, a shorter leg.
Then the first one, it's especially in this part where it actually is shorter. So they're quite soon to be at the TV control, actually.
I think they will be. The next TV control, 6.3 kilometers of the way round. And I think they will
It's just
go
about a
quite
minute
soon.
away. It's
Yep.
just outside the picture.
And yes, we can wait for them at this control here.
You have the control up in the left corner. And that's not the lead.
Nope, that is one of the first leg
it's
runners.
hard to say. I mean, it could still be Kristianstad up there.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
don't know.
because
They
I don't
don't
think they're
have
not being tracked.
a device.
Let's
Here we
have a
have
look. No, it is Entenui.
Linné, Kolmården. No, Kalevan Rasti is up there as well.
Is it
Kalevan
Kalevan Rasti? The dark top?
Yeah, it's Kalevan Rasti. It's Ricardo Rankan. Then we have Kristianstad. So this is NTNUI for sure. Punching right there, Albin Varvelin.
There's Kalevan Rasti.
Then Oskar Leinonen.
Gordon. There's
Arvid Björk.
Panstad.
We have Mora, Wojtek Kral, quickest so far.
Very good run from Wojtek Kral, the Czech international.
Then IFK Göteborgs second team, Linné, Göteborg Majonang, Niemia Ankuri, Halden, IKHP, Södertälje, Tampere, Pyrintö, NTNUI second team, Malungs OK, Parma, Turmetsen Kavet, Helsingin Sunistajat, Päivien Rasti, Tisaran, Nydalen, Turun Sunistajat, Ravinen, Växjö, Turving.
And on this
and Linnéa's second team, so
long
20.
run that we saw on the GPS tracking there, they've just brought them together, haven't they?
Yeah.
This group were more like a
But
minute
now,
stretch,
I mean,
and now that
here we
they're
have
a
a
bit
gap
closer
now.
together.
So we have 26 teams. Let me see how many we had before. We had about, I mean, they were not really together here. Yeah, from third position down to, let's say, yeah, some. I mean, now we have a gap at one point. We had that after 60 runners before, so it definitely made a difference, this long leg. Here we have Denzel.
Let's see. I mean, are there any top teams now in this group here that maybe
We're waiting for Kove, Ikalisten, Orion that we have seen before, Kåre, Brederud, but we have to wait a bit for them. Did we have Faren Tisvilde's first team so far? We have the second team. Yeah, here we had the first team as well into 30 seconds. So there we have a group from 28, Denson to Turumets and Caveat, from 138 to 151. Another 8 runners, and then we have a new group or new gap. And now we're waiting. I think it could be the group with Kove and Ikalisten. There's Jens Retki Veikot. Here we have a Sävedalen team, but it's a second team.
So yeah, the second team doing better than the first team. Here's Kuve.
Yeah, and Ikalisten.
Yep.
So those are two interesting teams. Navi, we had there as well. Oli Markus Taivainen. And then now soon to approach here, Orion and Kåre. Let me see if we can spot them here. There's Orion to the left. I can see Wingstedt for Halden, I think.
Yep, there he is in the blue
There
trousers.
is Backman for IFK Göteborg, third team.
You can see from that picture there how they kind of spread out into that control and almost waited for the first one to see it, and then it funneled them right back in again.
This here we can see, is it Calvin Rusty?
I think it is.
He has punched the control. You can see the control is at this power line. So it seems to be Ricardo Rankan in the lead now. Looks like this on the GPS as well. About 10 seconds ahead of NTNV, and then the big group following. And maybe we'll have the second Swiss guy here to finish first on his leg.
So they've only got a few more controls to go then. We try and catch them up on this
Actually
picture.
a bit tricky in this area because the terrain shifts again, and you get into like, it's not the nicest part of the course, but it's something else, and it's not, yeah, it's
a bit low
before you
visibility
could
again.
really push really hard. Visibility was good, and visibility gets lower. It gets quite bushy here just around the arena. It's not difficult, but it's just different.
Yeah, and you have to, you know, you get a little bit nervous towards the end, especially if you had a good run. You just got to like keep everything together.
You can see the runners to come. I don't think it's just Calvin Rusty anymore.
Oh no!
Could be another team
is that
actually in front.
Rusty? No, here's
yeah, but
Rusty.
I'm not sure if he's in the lead.
But he's gone a different way. As he cut through higher up. I think
that's
he's
true.
gone on a different line, so he's going to come out. Here we go, the
he's
top
coming up
left-hand
first,
corner. Here he is to punch this last control on this big control there, the shed that's painted like a control. The others have gone a different way round then to this last control, and Calvin Rusty will have the lead here.
There you have Linné.
Paimin Rusty as well, but Ricardo Rankan done a fantastic job here for Calvin Rusty, just working his way through the crowd, really picking off runners and ending up then into the finish line. Paimin Rusty here as well. Here's Linné, one of the big favorite teams. Wojtek Kral there, crossing this line. For Mora. Komorden. Johnson is there as well. And here is Rankan to hand over then. So he's caught up. This is incredible. He caught up from 49th place to the lead on this one. Caught up 2 minutes there, handing over to Tam Passanen. And fantastic run there from the Swiss.
In the meanwhile, we also had Malungs, Tiseren, IFK Göteborg, Pan Kristianstad, Halden. IFK Göteborg, second team, NTNV, Tyrving, Göteborg-Majorna, Angliven, Ankuri, Turmetsen, Kaviat, Tamperen, Pyrinto, IKOP, MS Parma, OK Linné, second team, OK Ravinen, Nydalens, Stora Tuna, Helsingen, Sunistajat, Södertälje, Nykvarn, Uppsal, Orientering. And here we have NTNV, second team. So 28 teams within 126, one big group here, and a small gap down to Denzel. There behind, you've seen Varum Tisvilde, Denzel here 144, so 18 seconds to gap. Then Lappen Virkje.
Links there, that was
Varum Tisvilde, first team.
Another Helsingin Sunistajat team. Turmets and Kaviat.
Gap now 2 minutes and 4 seconds. This is Sävedalens second team, I think. And there we have Hageby.
So our big climbers, I mean, our biggest climber, that in the lead, up 48 places, Ricardo
51
Rankan.
places for Wojtek Kral.
Oh, and he's the quickest
Yakumura,
on that one as well. So Wojtek Kral, fantastic work from him. And just thinking of other big climbers and fallers. Anton Samuakila from Helsingin Sunset 2 up 23 places. Links down 25. Guillaume Verreau for Anganyemen Ankari up 28 places. Tobias Pizzati up 17 places, I think that was. It keeps jumping around. Tampere Perinto up 17 places. Linné 2 down 20 places. We've got more teams coming in here. We've got Navi. Another Calvin Rasti team.
I think this is Järfälla. Then we have Kalavan Rasti second team, Orion Navi Snättringa. Ikalisten, they are 3.5 minutes behind, so are Kove. That's interesting. Two quite good teams here. More than 3 minutes behind the leader. And then we had changeover from Kore. 3:49.
And you can see the runners there just holding their maps up so that the other runner can check it is the right one. It's kind of always gets drummed into the runners that you hold it up for the outgoing runner to see, because they have got the fresh brain to double check that number. So obviously you try and get the right one, but then you just have that extra safety moment by getting your outgoing runner to check the code on the map that you have picked up the right map. So you can see a lot of the youth doing that earlier on in the afternoon's youth relay. Gets well drummed into them by the coaches. Lots of opportunities to start that one, start that habit, get it settled. So more than 50 teams already in the 5 minutes. It's so quick out there. Lots of teams doing really, really well to kind of match this position. Tulinga. So in the lead then, Calvin Rasti. Very close lead, fantastic run from Ricardo Rankin. Hopefully we will be able to catch up with him. But when we think about our the big teams, the favourite teams, Linné is still in there, FK Gothenburg still in there, Halden in there, Entenuri still up there. Storotuna down into 24th, but crucially still in that leading gap. And I think it's Victor Svensk doing this next leg for Storotuna.
That's correct.
So he fell off his bike, had a bike kind of crash and
I think he had a concussion.
Yeah, had a concussion, and so he is running basically a different leg than what he probably would have been running last time. He was on leg 9 and did a fantastic job for Storotuna. So that's a really big loss for the team, that he's going to be doing a much shorter run this time as a result.
But I think they're very happy that he's running a leg, and as I said before, the third one is very decisive. If he can make a small gap here on the very end, just open up like 15-20 seconds. He is such a strong runner on the long night with Joachim Svensk, so it actually can make a big difference. So I think it's a good choice to have him there anyway. But of course, we have seen it last year. He basically brought them into the fight really for the victory on the 9th leg. So it's a pity for them to lose late on in the competition, but at the same time, it's good that he is in the team.
Yeah, definitely good that he is in the team. And but you kind of want your best runners on those longest legs where they're just going to be out for that longer period of time as well. So yeah, we will see. We will see. You know, we'll be discussing at the end of this relay whether that has had an impact. You know, that injury from Victor Svensk. Or not, really.
There we had Sävedalens to the change over, 7 minutes and 5 seconds behind.
So we start looking ahead to leg number 3.
You're throwing away
I'm throwing away a map and getting a new one. Because I like the old-fashioned way, pen and paper.
I changed the link to the map.
On your GPS that we're looking at. So we have some GPS as well, and we can kind of start looking then at this third leg. Okay, right. I think we will be able to see then an interview then with our leading runner then back after the second leg. Ricardo Rankin had a fantastic run from Calvin Rasti, pulling up 48 places. Ricardo, it was fantastic. Tell us a little bit about your run. Ricardo, I think we were struggling with your sound for you, so we will have to let you go, I'm afraid. And thank you so much for chatting. We will try and get it all sorted out, but well done again on that run. Well, we'll try and get our mic issues sorted out so we can hear. I'm sure he had a great answer.
Maybe you could hear it on the screen. We didn't hear it.
We didn't hear it. So if you did, we hope that was okay. It was a great run, and he looked like he was giving us a great answer.
It was a long answer, we can tell.
I'm sure he was absolutely pumped and delighted with his run, but we will try and get that all sorted out as we can look through then the times here, and as more and more teams change over. We have 70 plus 80 teams now changed over. So here we can see then fastest on the leg. Wojtek Kral was the fastest, but Ricardo Rankin, who we will maybe not hear from this time, was that second fastest, 4 seconds down. So 39 minutes as well. Let's highlight this, 39 minutes when we were expecting to get a 46-minute winning time. This is going to be a shorter relay than we thought.
Yeah, and quite interesting as well. We've seen that the Malungs, OK Skogsmordarna, they had a good run here, and they're up in 6th position, but they actually missing one of their first team runners due to the fact that he's a course planner this year.
Yeah.
So he would be a given first team runner, but he's not running
that's
today.
some commitment to commit to putting on the courses and setting the courses, and not going to work that.
But I think we switch back to focus now on the third leg, because they are about to approach the first TV control in just a few seconds, I'd guess.
Yep, so they should approach that point
so
at
here we are waiting.
2.4 kilometer mark. Here is the control itself, and it should kind of come, I think, running quite closely before us. Have you been having a look at the GPS tracking?
Yeah.
It all looks fairly similar.
Still
in fact,
lined
you can
up.
see some of the runners in the distance there. You can see them moving through the terrain.
Here I can see FK Göteborg, Turun Sunistajat. I think it is Angelneven Anker, I'm not sure about that.
We've got quite good at squinting through the forest to try and spot who's up.
Tyrving, Kalvander Rasti, Ravinen.
Yeah.
NTNUI, XC, GMOK. So this is Linnea, IFK Göteborg, Turun Sunistajat, Kolmården.
Yeah, Janis Bonnek in the lead for Linné.
Tvilling Ravinen.
Very
Here, Hannes
good.
Mogensen. NTNUI.
In 7th place they are. Continuing into 8th.
Here we have GMOK.
Yep.
Stora Turna, Viktor Svensk. Pant Kristianstad. Here we have IFK Göteborg's second team. Malung. Behind a little bit. IKHP. Tamperen pyr inte. Anton Kuka. Turmets and Caveat. Linné's second team. Halden.
Yep.
Parma. Mora. Drop behind a little bit. Roman Ryapalov. Here we have Tisaran.
But Ravinen up a lot. Hannes Mogensen
great start.
15 places already. Of course, we had that group of kind of 27. Paimin Rasti, Jonas Yen down quite a few places. And now we almost like just have people dropping off the back. Timo Suter there.
Great start for Timo Suter as well.
Yeah,
Lost only 5 seconds.
And so he's kind of caught up from that chasing group into almost this kind of first leading group, I guess, which is now, I guess, see 25 runners there.
So now we are waiting for...
It's a good job, good effort from Timo Suter.
Yeah. Should be the next here we have Södertälje.
Fastest on this leg so far. Okay, Ravinen, Hannes Mogensen.
Angelniemen Ankuri.
And 27 teams then through.
So here, this is
There
the
we
section
go.
we couldn't show. Actually, when NTNUI did a mistake, they ended up in this green section, which is called the Kraftskäret here. So they, I don't know what they thought, that it was a good idea to go straight there. But you can see it split it up. It was very forked here, hard to say. The controls themselves, it's not too difficult. I mean, the hills are sometimes not very big, but it's very open, and you can see, of course, also when you're on top, I mean, you're sliding on top of this hill, of this ridge, so it wasn't very, very difficult. Then
you had a big split, though, you know, from those first legs in terms of direction and breadth out of that start point.
And we had this third control, a common one, then the fifth control. I think it was the fifth that was the TV
fifth was
control.
the TV control, yeah, because
so
we could actually see them coming in, almost punching
and
that
Halden
fourth
did a small
control.
mistake here on
yeah,
the first
cutting across
leg.
the marsh by the tower in the middle of the marsh.
And then this was a section where it was very hard to say who's in the lead. Many forkings also here. Visibility very much lower than it is in other sections. Interesting would have been if you have the D control. If you look at the D6 to D7, it's the one to the very east of the first one. So you actually would have the chance to go out on the street, take a few meters there, and then just go around from the north to the control. I think that would be a good option because it is very dense there in between, even if you can't see it where they are at the moment. So you could be running there, and I think you could. It's probably the thing that would make it quicker is that you could be so much more attacking, and you would get a few seconds where you could kind of recover mentally and refocus then when you head into the forest again, and you would avoid having all the runners around you that actually make you a bit nervous, but by heading into different directions.
Yeah, you can see those colours coming up showing the different forkings, like those 4, 5 even forked controls, and just how the runners were crossing each other and going a kind of a very, very different shape. It's quite like almost quite an extreme forking for Tiomila. Like it's like a really good, quite exciting forking, because really it's only after these like controls that, you know, they kind of sort each other out again. And you mentioned here,
but I mean, it's
coming out to the path like Tisaran and Palmer.
If you look at the whole course, it's the place where it makes most sense to have the forkings, because otherwise the visibility is so good that it won't make any difference anyway. So I think it's good to have the forkings here, and you can see on the screen that it's much more dense here. In this section you don't see runners if they are about 40-50 meters away, because either they are behind a hill or then it's a bit greener, and especially here when it's so much forked, you kind of lose them, and then hopefully for you can see them again when you come out of this forking system. But as a runner, you don't know when you know when the forking system starts, because you see that they all are heading two a little bit different directions, but you don't really know how long it is, and it's over
quite long, yeah.
it's
It's a couple
from
of Ks.
6 to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Every control is forced.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right in saying it's not just the green that makes it a little bit more hard to see, it's also the hills as well. Some of these are like full contour hills and you just disappear behind them, and it's quite hard to keep your direction as well. So it's quite cool to see. So again, like it's hard really to see that anyone's made
and you
a
can
mistake
say that on every leg before, you could see that the ones having the F option, they were far ahead in this section here. So it doesn't mean that they actually are in the lead, because if you have the E and D runners, you can see they can now go much more straight to the next controls. So are the ones from, you know, F is further down there.
So just trying to figure out where we are. I think you can see Storatuna then in the right-hand side of the picture as we go up here. Storatuna, see Linnea down there. We can get a good view then down through the forest. I think Kolmorden was there as well. Well, here's AFK Gothenburg and Cizerin as well.
There's Tyrving in the picture.
Tyrving, yep. Thank you.
Erik Börjeskog changed club this year from Södertälje to Tyrving. Now taking this important third leg. Malungs in the picture.
Yeah, and you can see, we can figure out kind of
Johan
just where we
Beckman.
are here as they all like, kind of group a little bit more together.
Yeah,
The E and the D controls.
Small
Linné.
mistake by Ukko Linné.
I think it is.
Janis Bonek running this third leg. That looks very good for Ravinen and IFK Göteborg.
Now, of course, you can kind of see that group going to the D control.
And as I said before, it's very important for a few of the teams here to get into a good group for the long night. Can be very decisive.
Yeah, I was just
For example, Storatuna is a great runner on this fourth leg. Ukko Linné is a great runner there. I think IFK Göteborg is more planning the team in a way that they would like to be with Storatuna and Linné, with Joshua Dudley on this fourth leg. Who else do we have? NTNUI will send out the Mats Eidsmo. Helsingin Suunnistajat Mattias Peter. Tyrving Toby Scott. Kalevan Rasti, Santeri Kirjavainen, quite an interesting name. Did good performances early in this year. Tamperen Pyrintö, send out Antti Saikko.
Okay, so we group back in on these runners then as they come towards the end of the forked controls. And group back up together. There's like a long train who've all had the D control. There's a group who've had E and Tenui falling back a little bit as well. Calavan Rasti, this is a big mistake from Calavan Rasti, obviously changing over in the lead. So that is a big mistake then.
Struggled a lot there. Their control. We know that Ikalisen is back there. Kove is back there. Kåre is somewhere in between the group and Kalavan Rasti.
Turan Metzenkeviet with a path route choice, a track route choice to E10. which is actually not a bad route.
And now you can
Very
see
up and
that
down, go
it's
straight.
actually, you start to build two different groups here. I think it will end up in a group with Ravinen, IFK Göteborg, Stora Tuna, Kolmården, Tyrving, Malung, and who do we have there? IFK Göteborg second team, and then maybe another group with Linnea and TNV MS Parma.
The E group still
Yeah,
has
they
another
have to-
control to go to as well, so
Yeah.
they're losing time.
So here we're waiting now at the TV control 11, and we're waiting for Ravinen and IFK Göteborg. I think they will be the first ones to approach, then Kolmården, and the group with Stora Tuna. Here we have Ravinen.
Yep. Great work there from Hannes Mugensen. Still running incredibly well. Picked up 21
well.
places then
Very, very well.
since the start of his leg.
Turun Sunistajat here.
Yep, so Linus Egbe Christiansen, Danish runner in for IFK Gothenburg.
Tyrving, Erik
Yeah.
Börjeskov, Stora Tuna, Victor Svensk. Then we have Kolmården. Great competition so far
Yeah.
by Kolmården.
Fantastic. Here's
Anton
IFK
Schobot.
Gothenburg. This is the second team.
And
And
Malungs.
Malungs. Also with a great run here. Johan Backman.
So now it's gonna take about a minute until you're gonna see Linnea and that group. But I mean, the good thing for this group is that Linnea is a good runner, good night runner for the long night as well, so it gives them hope to not be totally lost.
So these are still some second leg runners through. Here's third leg, Pan Kristianstad, I think. Yep, and Linné. Here's Linné. Janis Bonek then.
And TNV,
Dropping
Sigurd Paulsen Vie,
back.
Tisaren, Gustav Hinder. And we have Helsingin Sunistajat, Halden, IFK Mora, Göteborg Majorna, Tampere Pyrintrö.
So this kind of group, with what was 27 now, I guess, split into three groups. We have a leading group of 9 runners, I guess, 7 runners, sorry, and then back to another kind of bigger
Yeah,
group
then
here.
from 9 to
And Tenui here, look out for
20.
them. Oh, that's from someone from a previous leg. Getting too excited.
Yeah, we had NTN Nui in 11 spots, so they are
Yeah.
in this second group. I think it's fair to say that from 9, Pan Kristianstad, down to 23, Södertälje. It's still one group with a bit of gaps in between. Taking some refreshment
Yeah,
here.
I think so. Taking a gel.
A shot, is it? It's a Jägermeister, I think. Well, I don't know if I have to name other brands now as well.
We're not on the BBC, we're fine. I think all I have to do to explain that is to say that Entenui are a student club.
Yeah. That's what they drink there.
Yeah.
Trondheim.
A couple more
Interesting
runners
there on the third leg. Simon Hector first Nettringe. Climbed up 16 positions, lost 55 seconds compared to Hannes Mugensen. No, it's not Mugensen the quickest anymore. Let's see here. It's
Right.
Anton Johansson, not a big surprise. He is in great shape this spring.
Is it a surprise that those teams put these runners in third leg? I guess you want to make
but
it
I
into the
think
long night.
Orion needs to have...
A good start.
Yeah, and especially if you put Anton Johansson on the third leg, you kind of have a chance to reset the competition and to get back. Here we have Farum Tisville, that's worth to mention. Marius Strane Ödum. But it's not a very good run from him so far. They have the chance to kind of reset and get back. Even if they lose about 1 or 2 minutes, he can definitely be 1 or 2 minutes quicker than the leaders. Maybe not then the seconds fastest on the leg, but he can win back time on this leg. Here we have Ikaliste now coming.
We also had Isaac von Krusenhuerner in for Coca-Cola,
Calvin Rasti.
climbing 24 places. Oh, Calvin Rasti, yes.
And
obviously they were
Ikaliste.
leading. And
So he lost 5 minutes and 40 seconds on this leg so far. Ville Pasanen.
Painful then for Calvin Rasti. Maybe that's the pressure of going out in the lead.
Still waiting for KV. We will need to wait another 2 minutes until they're at the event control.
Yeah, it's been, you know, a few years since KV were at their peak, really. I think they need some fresh blood in their team. They are becoming a veteran team, I hesitate to say. So that was it at the 11th control. This is Calvin Rasti. So look at them, they've got the D control.
They're missing. They're following to the E control, then they have the F control, and then back to D.
And then I think they make a mistake here.
Yeah, but he was at the
must
D
have been
control.
like just close to it.
Oh yeah, this did.
Must have run like the other side of the hill or something. And missing
actually,
this one.
this one was. I had this one when I was pre-running, and it was hard to see this one. I have to give him.
But there's a mistake on the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th.
There was this open part just after the control, and this one was very well visible. So if he had the concept of, if I pass the control in the seat, then I have to see the yellow, then I go back. He can't have been 100% sure where he was when he passed there.
No, absolutely not. You have to kind of have that confidence to know. There.
Actually, now it's a bit of a crucial moment for this second group, because there is Henri and Linné, and they setting up the speed. So the other teams, they have to be careful now to not drop off that train. And if I'm talking about the other teams, then I'm talking about Halden, Orion, Helsingin, Suunnistajat, Densen, GMUK, MS Parma, Tisaren, and a bit further behind Södertälje, because Henri and Linné, they are going strong here.
So just over 8K this leg. Our next TV point will be, actually, I think the pre-warning.
Pre-warning. Oh.
Yep. So we will be a while before we see the men in towards the finish. This leg, the organisers say expected winning time 49 minutes.
So it's probably 42. So here we can see it now. They're splitting up. Ravinen going a bit more to the left, going around the hill. Tyrving, Kolmården, Stora Tuna. If you take this option, you get basically a path almost all the way to the control. And then you can see that Linné and the group behind, they're following, there's a path, you can see it there, more around, let's call it Yannick Michel's way. And you can see that the teams there behind, they're actually dropping off Linné and then to Henri.
Yeah, Halden, Helsingin, Suunnistajat both dropping behind, but that
I mean,
group
they still
of
can
8 who were in the start, they've really split up as well. Though I was expecting those teams to stay together, but they've actually split up.
But it's still, it's hard to say if they can see them still. And Henri and Linné, I mean, where they are now, visibility is good again, so maybe. And then maybe they are lucky now, and the other group, this part is getting in between, so that the group is getting bigger again, and the gap is closed by those runners. It looks like this, actually, so it seems as if they are saved by IFK Göteborg, second team, and Malung now.
Yeah, they've kind of caught up that gap, but then there's still, as you can see here, Ravinen and IFK Gothenburg all together, and then there's that group of 3, Kolmården, Tyrving and Stora Tuna, and then a big gap back. But you don't want to be in a group of 3 just on the night leg, though.
Well, it's a good group of 3. If it's a good, I mean, IFK Göteborg, I mean, Ravinen.
Yeah, we'll see. No.
So I think the group there for the long night with Johnny Crickmore and Joshua Dudley,
A very British team.
a very British team. I don't know if it's the team with the best odds to come back first.
You're being very polite there.
I think they're actually...
Johnny Crickmore's got a lot of experience and Josh Dudley doesn't live in the UK.
Yeah, but I mean, what does that say about him if he's not living in the UK? Is it a good thing or a
No,
bad thing?
that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's good. I mean, like, he's a lot more, you know,
that's what I,
has
so
a lot
that-
more Scandinavian
actually,
experience than just
interesting
a runner
where they
from the
are
UK.
at the moment, Ravinen and IFK Göteborg. There's a real path there.
Okay. They can pick up some speed through that terrain. To be honest, I thought there were quite a lot of animal tracks out in
Yeah,
this, out
I've
in
actually
this
seen
terrain.
a moose, or what do you call it, an elk?
Either.
But isn't
Either.
it the moose, is it Canadian and the elk is like, I don't know.
I am not the right person to
Well,
ask.
actually, I've seen
I
one
like
back in
seeing
the-
animals that
in
don't know anything about
in the
them.
forked bits in the very western part there.
Oh, I think you must have gotten there before me and scared them off.
Of course I scared them off. No, but my prediction is, I mean, they obviously won't have that gap for the whole long night. I think they might have it until the starting point, and then they might be waiting for the teams behind, because there we have Stura Tuna. Kolmården might not be the favorites either. Tyrving probably not. Toby Scott.
Aussie runner.
Maybe he would be a good addition to this first two runners. I don't know, maybe I'm unfair now, but I think, I mean, those will try to get together with Stura Tuna.
Yes, that could leave a group of 5, and then all of those chasing.
And I mean, last year Joachim Svensk, he was running the long night already, was 2 minutes and 35 behind the fastest time on that leg, so it's quite a solid performance.
And he's
you
back
know,
on it again this time.
yeah,
Yep.
and you know that he is a good orienteer, so he can definitely go on his own. He doesn't need the other runners. But then it's more interesting behind, actually, because now there is a gap between. You have a small. Yeah, you can see it here. You can. There we have Linné, Orion, Halden. Then you have a gap. I think Halden is even in the. It's NTNV, and then you have a small gap, and then you have another gap to Giamuco. And I think Giamuco is really on the edge now. They have to close that gap.
Yeah, they really need to be in that group with.
On the other hand, I mean,
with
they have
Denzel and everybody there.
They have actually, I think they have Jonas Ecker on this long night, and he is a very strong runner, good shape at the moment, so he can work on his own as well.
So you can see here there is another forking. You can see whether they've got a H or G. So you can see AFK Gothenburg and Ravinen like spot on that line towards the H control pretty much. They're now going slightly more towards G. But in that chasing 3, Kolmården, Tyrving, Storatuna has a different control to the other 2. And then a lot more Linné, Orion, and Tenui all have that G control. They're looking really kind of good on the line, can pick up those marshes, some of those small hills to get their way into this control. But again, this section here, again, you get it's a little bit more vague, it's a little bit flatter. Those small, kind of longer, like egg-shaped hills. You really have to be kind of picking up the right amount of detail.
Yeah, but I mean, you can. If basic here is to take direction, and then. I mean, you have those hills, and if you run, I mean, the best thing to do is to navigate between the hills. But if you start to get unsure where you are, you can also just get, for example, where Tyrving is. You see to the right of you there is a hill, and then you go to the top of it, and you know where you are. So I don't think it's as, and it's so open and visibility is good. So I think they're not going to make so many mistakes. You can also see that Kolmården and Stura Tuna heading towards the age control. Both of them, Kolmården doesn't need to go there. And Tyrving doing a mistake, opening up again for the teams behind. Now let's hope for them that they don't go back as well.
Let's keep an eye on Kolmården as well, because we'd expect to see then them having to change around. So Tyrving now at the control.
He will miss the train now. He will need to go back and then up again.
And now it's hard to relocate when you find a control and it's not yours.
Yeah, probably. And the thing is as well, I mean, obviously he wasn't reading so carefully here, so now he has to start doing the work again. And from switching, and probably he was overpacing quite a bit in order to follow Viktor Svensk, and to start navigating again after this is quite difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to find his way there.
So now we have actually IFK Göteborg first to that control.
Yep, I think that's number 16.
That's number 17.
Number 17.
Ravinen. They are doing a mistake here.
Ooh.
But not a big one. They should come here.
There we go, here he is. Yeah, Hannes Morgensen. Linus Eidevik Christensen, we've already seen his Stora Tuna, Viktor Svensk.
A great job here. Viktor Svensk on this third leg.
Yeah, working hard to catch up into this group. Of course, they are the defending champions. Double defending champions in the men's and the women's class. This is, watch out for Ravinen here. Just staying longer on the path then.
Don't know.
Maybe that was intentional.
No, can't imagine that.
But look, this group are chasing them down. Orion there.
The quickest one this leg, by almost 2 minutes.
Yep, Linné there, Entenui.
Tyrving we had there, Erik Bergeskog. Here we have Entenui. And there's another gap now.
Yep, so 7 teams through with, I think, 3 of our big favourites. IFK Gothenburg, Stora Tuna, Linné, and Tinui, of course, we shouldn't count them out as well. They are only won 2 years ago. Halden here now. Halden.
They are going to send out Alvaro Casado Gomez. So here we have Denzel.
It is.
Seems like a good run by Timo Suter.
This is when you're coming over the hill and the control is just behind you. You have to have a lot of confidence you're in the right place. Turen Sunnestad here as well. This is Helsingin Sunnestad. Watch out for them, one of our favorite teams.
Yeah, but Artur Syrjalainen, then Anton Kuka for Tampen Pyrinti, Mora, Göteborg Majorna, Malmö OK.
Halmstad, I think. Yeah, some runners from the other legs as well. IFK Gothenburg 2, and then seen mine already through.
Here we have Kolmården.
Yeah, after that mistake, then going alongside Viktor Svensk, and he looks quite knackered there, not gonna lie.
I don't think their long night runners happy about that mistake.
No, absolutely not. It would have been such a dream to get in with that train. Tough work, but a good group to be in. Angelium and Ankari as well. And now we can see this last little loop then in here towards the arena. This is what you can see, the challenge that they've got to face, crossing over the power line, where it gets a little bit denser here. But this is a different route out here, though, actually. And this is a fairly straightforward finish for this
if you remember the leg before, we had this control at the power line. Obviously, we don't have it here. But we have more runners at this control here. Södertälje in the picture, and then Tisaren. But here we have IFK Göteborg to the last control and the changeover.
Yep, fantastic work then from this runner here to catch up quite a lot of places. And there is a gap now. Yep, the Danish runner on his way then to the last control that you can see there. This is OK Ravinen. Fantastic work there from Hannes Morgensen. catching up 20 places. Very, very strong then here. But this is the leading team catching up 8 places.
Probably not the train yet for the long night, but set by those two teams. But for those two teams, it's very good to be in front because now they are in the driving seat. They can kind of.
They can wait.
Yeah, I mean, they can wait
to.
if they want. Maybe not. I mean, now they can discuss what to do. They have a break. They can discuss if they should wait. They know how far behind they are. Is it worth or is it not worth to wait? It was more difficult a few years ago when you didn't have the break before, because then they would need to take the decision. Right now, is it? It's how big is the gap? Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Who are we going to wait for? Is this club we're waiting for doing a mistake just before the changeover? Then you wait. Then you're waiting for nothing. So it's much easier now, and I think they're gonna wait.
Well, we will see. Ravinen will have that same decision to make.
Have them.
Yeah, punching the fit. And it's weird, it's so weird to see them not continue along, because this is where we pause the relay. Victor Svensk here will come into 3rd place for Stora Tuna. A injury hit with a concussion. Victor Svensk moving on to a shorter leg than we would see, but he has put in a really good stint here. He's moved up 21 places.
That's the runner behind
Orion
there,
as well.
Anton Johansson,
Fantastic job. He's caught up 36 places. He is the quickest on this leg.
By 2 minutes.
By 2 whole minutes. Fantastic work here. There's Entinui. Entinui into 6th place, just ahead of Linné. So that is a group
That is a good group, sending out good runners to the long night.
Yeah, so separated by 14 seconds. Stora Tuna, OK Orion, Turving, Entinui, OK Linné. Here's Halden then running in now.
Yeah, it's a good group with Liland and Svensk on the long night then.
Yeah, really good group.
That's a group we want to be in.
Natvik Åstad into the finish here. We've also got Denzel just in there, Timo Suter, who was pulled up 20 places.
And that's what I'm talking about now. For those teams here, it's so brutal. They're not far behind Linné and who did we have there?
Linné,
and
Stora Tuna.
But they're not going to make the train.
They're
not going to make the train.
No, I don't think they will. They would have to work hard
here
at
you
the start to make
there's
that.
maybe a chance for a few of the teams here to go with Ecker, and this could still be a good train as well.
Yeah, it's a big group as well. More eyes in the dark tends to be a better option. Collapsing across this line. And again, they're going quicker than our organisers suggested. We're way ahead of time schedule here.
We have Kolmården. They had such a good position for such a long time.
Now down into 18th, dropping 13 places.
Here we have Simon Hector for Snättringe. I think their goal by sending out Simon Hector on the 3rd leg was as well to get Snättringe into a good train for the long night. Now they're quite isolated on this position there. Dominic Müller for the 2nd team from Turving, 2:59, just under 3 minutes behind.
Anton Johansson has such a massive gap on the rest of this field.
He is basically, I mean, he is last leg material running the 3rd leg.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the difference. Yeah. I mean, he could win, at the moment, I think he could win a World Cup race, and you have him on the 3rd leg. It's clear that he's quicker than the others.
But when your ambitions as a club, you know, you don't have that depth like Linné, like Helsing Sundsdiat, who are actually down in 12th, it's important to note. Then, yeah, you have to put your good runners, you have to more strategically place them almost for an overall club result rather than for, like, you know, if you're looking for top 20 or something like that. That's where you have to really think about where you want to put your runners, and that choosing to put him here in 3rd place is basically to be in a good train in the long night.
Södertälje, Unicorn är 23, och Tisaren är 24, och MS Parma 25, och Hallen 10. Parma om...
Yeah, so now they have a few hours of time to discuss the team tactics, to give instructions to their long night runners how to behave, if they should be aggressive in their orienteering style, if they should stay in the team in a group, if they should work together with someone else, if they should wait for someone, maybe.
And it's all about knowing what the other runners around you are like.
Yeah, of course.
It's a bit like a knockout sprint. It's like it's different depending on what group you're in, and you're thinking who's going to be active in this group,
And they're different
who's going to be doing like the majority
kind of
the
behaviors of different kind of runners within the groups as well. It's a very clear role setting within the group. It's even more in this kind of setup because you know who is around you. Everyone knows what the role of which runner is in which group and who's gonna be the expected leader of the group and stuff like that.
Yeah, and everyone else just kind of hanging on as well. But then like working together, and you told me before, it's about, you know, if that runner at the front is having a wobble, there's all of those eyes behind you who can almost be that safety net and catch and also kind of correct that mistake should we need to.
Here we have, I think, Ikalisten, interesting, to the change over, or to the, yeah, it's on the changeover, to the finish of the third leg. Nydalen was there, Angelneven Ankeri, and then we have them, Ikalisten, almost 6 minutes behind, Jona Huila.
Och här kommer Kalmar Rasti och ett av favoritlaget som har tappat på den här sträckan. De gick ut först och ville passa med en 26-20 efterföljd av många finska.
So 40 teams then across the line, and it's still really weird to see them not handing over. We're going to have the pause now. It's still over an hour and a half then before we have the start of the women's. The sun
Actually gives us a longer break.
In about an hour's time, so sunsetting in about an hour's time. Again, we haven't seen anybody through with any head torches or anything yet, but yeah, it will give us a break.
Gives you a chance to cook a more time-consuming meal in between the parts of the relay.
Yeah, exactly. You at home can just have a nice little rest, have a nice little pause.
Light up the bar, the grill, and
crack open
grill whatever you want.
And then we can build up to the women's races, because these first couple of legs in the women's race in the night time can be very, very special, very, very interesting, and very decisive as well, as we see more teams over. There's Lynx, another team from Halden, as we can see crossing that line there, making it into the top 50 at the moment. Of course, loads of teams will kind of have an idea of how they want to perform, but also kind of what a good run looks like for them as well. They mostly just want everyone to get around without too many like troubles, too many issues.
We also had Kalvan Rasti to the not to the changeover. Yeah, we have mentioned that. 6 minutes 20 seconds behind. Yeah, they will be able to work together with Ikalisten at least in a group. Maybe they have the possibilities at least to climb a few positions. I don't know if they will be able to close the gap or at least get closer to the leaders, but they have a chance there to work together and try to get back into the competition.
Okay, so we have Linus Egvik Christensen on the camera right now, and we will find out how your run was coming into the lead then. Tell us a little bit about your race.
Yeah, it was actually a really good race. We started just a few seconds behind Linnea and really wanted to catch that group. So I was pushing super hard in the start, and I had my own forking, but I did it really well. And then I caught up with Yannis, and we pushed a little bit, but then we split almost immediately, and I got together with Hannes, and then we were pushing really hard for the rest of the leg almost until that last TV control where he just ran a little bit too far on the path, and I was like, I need to run in and take the control now. Maybe I thought it was forking, and then I was just pushed all the way down, and I was a little bit worried downhill, but it was fine, and it was super nice.
So Linus, you were basically overdoing your job, and your job was to get back to Linnea, but now you're in the lead together with Ravinen, and do you know how it will be now? How will the coaches talk to the fourth leg runner? Will you have a tactic? How will you decide to do? Because you're basically 2 teams in the lead, and there is a big group behind you. Do you know how the talking is going now?
Oh yeah, no, I think there's a lot of scenarios, of course, but
Is it one to go on your own?
If I give you my honest opinion, I don't think
that would be my opinion as well.
That, it would probably be a big group on the long night, I think, but who knows?
Yeah, but I mean, you did your job perfectly, because now you have at least the choice you have a decision to take, so that's very good.
Yeah, it's very good. What are the conditions in the forest like there? Was it starting to get a little bit dark, or pretty easy to see most of the time?
Well, no, it was starting actually to get a little bit dark in the greener areas, and I think on how the relay is, it will be really dark very soon, I think. So. And also, there will be a lot of night running for the legs, so I think it's going to be super nice. It's really nice out in the forest right now.
And will you try and catch any of the rest of the relay? You're going to try and get a good sleep?
No, I don't think I will be able to sleep now. I almost have to watch everything now, I think.
Well, enjoy, and congratulations in the lead there. Well done, Linus.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic result then. EFK Göteborg in the lead, and a very good question there, and he answered that quite honestly, actually. It's up to the coaches really to have that discussion.
But I mean, if you set up, I guess that the team is set up in a way that, you know that they don't have Bachmann in the first team because he was injured, now running in the third team. Eidsmo is injured. They lost Max Peter Beimer to Malungs. They don't have that depth in the team as they had earlier years, where they really could put with Johan Högstrand, put one of their best technically best runners on the long night. It's obvious that that's not the case. They chose to have a strong runner on the long night, and that's perfectly okay, and I think it's perfectly okay that it is like this, because I'm very sure that Joshua Dudley, we were talking about the awareness of your role in a group, and I'm very sure that Joshua Dudley is aware of the fact that if he is the one leading the group, that's not the scenario they wanted to have beforehand. And I mean, Linus told us that he tried to get back with Linnea, so definitely they know that they're trying to find other teams where they could join in order to have a good position on the long night. And that's perfectly fine. I mean, that's part of the game. It's how the relay is set up allows to have these tactical things, and that's what you want when you have the long night. If you would like to have it spread out, you wouldn't make it forked, and but that's kind of the concept of Tiomila, that the long night is kind of a reset of the relay. You drop teams and then you restart the relay with about 20 teams basically for the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting that he said it was Linnea that they wanted to catch up on. Of course, I think on paper everyone's looking at that team to be like the favourites on paper. They came second last year.
Yeah, they have a good runner on the long night.
Yeah, Lucas Leland is running their long night, and they've got fantastic, they've got Hagström, Basse, Riedefeld on their last three, like incredibly strong runners, with Basse having had a really, really great winter. So, you know, that's the team everybody kind of just wants to be sitting behind, and knowing if you're in touch with them, then you're in for a good shout, to be honest. So nearly 60 teams now back towards the finish, and obviously no teams waiting to go out. We start seeing the floodlights there. The forest will darken its sunset in just under an hour's time. Okay, so we'll leave you then with the positions you can see here. So 22 seconds is the gap between the first two teams, and
yeah, but it's basically 43 seconds the gap.
Yeah, pretty much. And then like some big groups together here. There'll be some runners here in these last kind of 20 who are going to be really wanting to have an aggressive start to try and catch up to the likes of Helsing and Sundsvall in there as well. So that will be kind of very interesting. And then further back here, of course, you have a group around 4:49 for like 5 minutes. That will be kind of another group you'd expect to see here. You'll maybe see some of these groups kind of joining or splitting in different sections and forming, you know, maybe groups of around 5 or so. So we are going to have a break then. We will be back in just under an hour and a half's time, so just before 9:30 local time, when the sun will have set. It will be dusk, and we will get the women's race underway for the first 2 legs of the women's race. 2 legs in the dark. Bring on the dark, bring on the night.
Bring it on.
It's going to be fantastic. So have a nice little break now. We're going to do the same, and we'll see you very soon.
See you then.
grabbar. Bra bild att ni lägger ut de här på arenan imorgon. De får ta sin karta sen. Ja. Gjorde de i fjol. Kan du sträcka den på arenan när det är över? Jaha, ja. Så slapp de här alla rassningarna som man fick springa. Ja, okej. Ja. Kom igen, det som finns. Det är på kolla.
tror det tar till nästan 10 minuter bättre än den förväntade på din sträcka. Riktigt bra. Bra jobbat. Missa inte. Jag har ju sett här på storskärmen nu, där det var gafflet som... Det var något grönt och något skit såg jag. Ja. Ja. Så jävla nice. De där är ju sköna. De var yes. Nej, men riktigt bra.
Oho! Sä vedit etkaa silloin. Joskus näkin päästä.
den blev...
Jag tror du plockar passeringen. Spring Martin! Det är bra.
Bra kört!
Bra kört.
Det var skönt att ha lite rygg.
Ja, för jag undrar verkligen.
Jag menar vår pojke.
How was your race today?
Helsingborg! Åh, shit, vad är det?
Nej, det där är... Jo, det är... How was your race? Good. Yeah. Congratulations.
You have finished your day. You have finished it all this year.
2021. Oskar! Det är första jo. Första. Och det kan ni på 35 platser.